Okay, lad mich ein.
Ja.
Warte kurz. Hey, ich habe 200 V-Bucks.
Ah.
Wasser. Du hast von All Your Hard Work 200 V-Bucks erhalten.
Ach, ready.
Okay. Welches Level bist du?
Ja?
Welches Level bist du?
Keine Ahnung.
Musik passt. Bei mir ist so ein Musikpass, bei dir auch?
Ja.
Ah, das kriegt man mit XP. 160.000 XP, wie viel ist das? 2 Level oder so? 10 Level? Man kriegt relativ schnell ein Upgrade. 1400, ich kann mir das holen. 13. Januar. Aha, so sieht die Map aus. Keine Ahnung. Gegenstände ein. Ey, ich glaube, du kannst so jemand deine Freunde.
Hm?
Du kannst da so ein Grab-Seite verdienen und dann siehst du bei irgendeinem Freund so ein Reboot-Zeichen.
Nö.
Scroll mal so runter.
Also nur die offline sind.
Ja, dann klick da mal drauf.
Ja.
Ja, und dann kannst du auf Reaktivieren.
Ja, hab ich.
Und dann schließen.
Ja.
Hat nicht funktioniert. Nee. Okay, lass spielen jetzt. Mach mal Ranked. Ich will gucken, ich will wissen, welcher Rang ich bin. Oder warte doch nicht. Nee, erstmal normal. Welche Spawninsel ist es?
One hundred, 100, 120, 120. That, bro. Warum bist du eigentlich so scheiße in Fortnite? Achso, scheiße, ich muss abspringen.
Ja, ich bin im Ladebildschirm. Ich hab nix.
Bro, wir sind schon in der Runde.
Ja, ich sehe nix.
Hm. Kann ich dich dafür reporten, wenn du AFK bist?
Ja, ich kann nichts machen.
Kann ich dich dafür reporten?
Nee.
Ja. Wusstest du, in Valorant kannst du Teammates reporten, wenn die AFK gehen und dann werden die gebannt.
Ja, wusste ich. Ah, jetzt.
In Lazy Leg.
Ja, wo sonst?
Vielleicht Tilted Towers.
Geile Map. Und leider habe ich gerade 4 FPS.
War bei mir ganz am Anfang auch so. Ich habe eine Waffe.
Ja, warum ist mein PC so kacke geworden?
Nee, das liegt nicht an deinem PC. Tot, hab erst Kill. Ja,
Ich
man kann
nicht.
hier jemand noch.
Ich nicht. Oh mein Gott, ich habe 0 FPS. Ich werde in der Luft abgeschust.
Geschoben.
Ja. Oh mein Gott, ich bin gut. Oh, ich bin so gut. Oh, man kann verhören. Das geht, man kann wieder das machen. Hallo, du sollst sterben.
Das ist ein Teammate. Ich geh kurz zum Teammate von dem einen.
Warte, sind das die alten? Sind das die alten Schildtränke oder die neuen? Ah ne, das sind die neuen.
Tot.
Hey, die Drumgun war gar nicht in Chapter 2.
Drei Kills gemacht gerade.
Schön.
Wo sind deine Kills? Du hast nur 2.
Warte, kann man Double farmen? Hm? Nö.
Ey, würdest du meinen Account scammen, wenn ich dir meinen Account geben würde?
Ja, nein.
Ja?
Nee, würde ich nicht.
Ich glaub schon.
Dein Account hat halt.
Was hat er?
Der hat gar nichts. Dein Account.
Aber Rocket League Account.
Hast du ja Rocket League.
Ich habe dort richtig gute Stats.
Ja, Stats sind mir egal.
Hm.
Damals hat der Fisch
Oh.
getanzt, nachdem man, wenn man davor getanzt hat.
Der hält der Maul jetzt. Ich hab Fortnite damals nicht. gespielt.
Natürlich hast du.
Meine Mutter hat es mir aber nicht erlaubt, deswegen habe ich nicht gespielt.
Du hast es heimlich gespielt.
Nee, eigentlich nicht. Ich war 10 Jahre alt, als ich mit Fortnite angefangen habe. Weiß ich.
Ja, ich war 9.
Hm. Jetzt bin ich 14 irgendwie, keine Ahnung.
Was passiert, wenn ich alle Effekte mal auf alle Grafiken auf maximal mache? Aber es leckt gar nicht. Ah, doch, jetzt. Da ist ein Gegner, ich habe Gegner gespottet.
Komm.
Ja, da in die Richtung. 1149 Meter, da ist ein Gegner.
Ja, ne, da gehe ich jetzt helfen.
Oh mein Gott, hier ist einer. Komm, wo ist dein Teammate? Sag mal, wo dein
Irgendwie
Teammate ist.
Fortnite langweilig.
Nee.
Jetzt ist das ein echter Gegner.
Nee, ist kein
Der
echter.
Gegner ist echt.
Nein,
Doch.
das ist Kacke.
Aber da fällt sich so wie ein echter, wie so ein schlechter Spieler. Ich fick den jetzt. Entschuldigung. Warum ist Fortnite so langweilig?
Wieso ist langweilig?
Irgendwie ist langweilig, es gibt nichts zu tun.
Hä?
Digga, irgendwie sind die Runden so langweilig.
Finde ich nicht.
Hm.
Weil die Gegner so schlecht sind, oder?
So zum Teil auch.
Ja, die spielen auch Ranked.
Da ist Gegner.
Dann ist es ja so langweilig. Wenn du die ganze Zeit zerstörst, du wirst von allen. Weißt du, was ich hab?
Hm.
Ich hab eine goldene Heavy Sniper.
Oder wie hast du denn der Sniper gefunden? Ich habe noch gar keine gefunden.
Eine goldene Heavy Sniper.
Stirbt man im Wasser? Nee.
Nee. Stirbt man nicht.
Das war definitiv ein echter Gegner. Der hat mir Schaden gemacht.
Hä?
Da ist ein Rift.
Ey, guck mal, was hier ist.
Bin ich bei dir?
Dann geh zu mir.
Okay, ich komm. Ich gehe ins Rift.
Hier ist auch ein Rift.
Achso, wir sind beim selben Punkt. Okay, was soll bei dir sein? Ich komm runter. Was ist hier?
Hier ist ein Zwerg.
Habe ich schon gesehen.
Wasserfall-Zwerg eingesammelt. Zwerg mit K.
Nein, bin tot.
Nein, oder?
Nö. Was denkst du denn von mir?
Schade, dass eine Heavy Sniper nicht mal alles One-Shot. Guck.
Tot.
Heavy Sniper. Was nur
Kann
so
ich die Sniper?
Ne, ich werde jetzt mal so ein paar No-Scopes machen. Sah das wirklich früher so aus? Hier war doch früher irgendwas. Oder? Oder bin ich dumm?
Keine Ahnung.
Was ist das denn für ein Auto?
Das habe ich auch noch nie gesehen. Ich glaube, das ist neu. Wenn du Leertaste drückst, dann kann es jumpen. Wenn du Leertaste gedrückt hältst. Leertaste gedrückt.
Oha! Ich kann immer noch springen, aber ich kann nicht fahren.
So dumm. Achso, es hat kein Benzin.
Das ist die Agency.
Hast du das Kills zu machen?
Ja, habe ich.
Hm.
Hier ist auf jeden Fall ein Gegner. Zwei
Der
Gegner.
Tresor wurde gelootet. Hier ist jemand, hier ist jemand, hier ist jemand. Bin tot, bin tot, bin tot.
Gegner ist tot.
Danke.
Wo ist der andere? Warte, ich mach. Ah, shit, er ist da.
Ich geh rein, ich geh rein, ich geh rein. Hinter dir, hinter dir, hinter dir. Hier, rechts, rechts, rechts.
Kann ich bauen? Oh mein Gott.
Kannst du mich healen?
Scheiße, die Zone kommt. Hier ist ein Medkit. Nimm dir
Danke.
das.
Soll ich diese Bazooka
Nein,
nehmen?
nein, nein, ich benutze es und dann leg ich es wieder hin. Ey, gib die!
Gib dir wieder, chill.
Gib die wieder.
Hast du Minis oder so?
Ja,
Okay, kann ich.
ja, warte.
Warum gehst du nicht mit der Seilbahn?
Ich gebe den Rift.
Chill, mach das.
Wir sind noch verbannt. Okay, guck mal.
Oh, der Gegner ist gelieft.
Guck mal, Airdrop. Okay, da lang. Aus die Minis.
Schade, der fällt noch. Okay, danke.
Trommelgewehr ist irgendwie schlecht. Ja, nee, das ist schlecht.
Hast du ein Biggie?
Nein, ich habe selber nur 50 HP.
Achso, oh, dann tut's mir leid.
Man kann auf der Map so, also hier gibt so viele freie Flächen. Ja. Oh, was ist das? Die Black Scars im Game.
Hm. Kann ich die?
Nee, ich.
Hm.
Ist das verteidigen? Rocket League Auto. Fahr du mal. Ah lol, das war geil.
Ja.
Wenn man sich hier reinstellt, hat man glaube ich doppelt, oder? Ja.
Sieht man mich?
Nee, man sieht es nicht. Man konnte damals unendlich in der Zone überleben, aber es geht nicht mehr. Oder geht es noch?
Wollen wir testen?
Ja, ich teste es. Warte, wenn ich mich jetzt hier, glaube ich, hier hinstelle.
Warum sieht das so komisch aus?
Nee, glaub nicht.
Wollen wir angeln gehen und danach uns die ganze Zeit vercampen, die ganze Runde lang? In so einem Teil?
Es gibt jetzt aber Sturmkrankheit, also stirbt man dann.
Oh. Wollen wir diesen Loot Drop hier holen?
Welchen?
Quick Map.
Achso. Hier ist einer.
Brauchst du Hilfe?
Mhm.
Ja, da sind viele, sehe ich sehe. Da oben.
Okay, ich bin gerade am Wuten. Oh
Digga, ich kann
shit.
nicht schießen! Ich kann nicht schießen! Der ist hier. Oder der rennt hoch mit mir. Nee. Verfolgt ihn mal. Wen bringt er mich?
Oh, hier ist einer.
Nein, der weiß jetzt, wo du bist.
Ja, natürlich wissen die, wo ich bin. Oh! Oh! Der ist One-Shot, der ist One-Shot. Hol ihn. Wo ist er? Er rennt. Alter, er ist so One-Shot, Junge. Ja, Junge, ich hab Angst. Er ist weiß. Was macht der da? Alter. Wer von wo? Ich lagge, Junge. Ich sterbe wegen Lags jetzt. Hab ihn.
Gespielt.
Nein, 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 nein. Nein. Hol ihn. Oh.
Digga, wir hast noch nicht ein HP verloren.
Der ist auch nicht. War eine Kacke. Ja, was nehme ich mir? Ich nehme jetzt mal deine Karte, aber ich weiß nicht, ob ich das noch rebooten kann. Okay, hier haben die dich eliminiert. Ermordet haben die dich. Oh, da ist einer. Da ist einer. Siehst du ihn? Durch die Wand. Sag nicht,
Ja,
du
ich
bist tot,
weiß nicht,
oh. Wieso bist du tot?
Ich wurde respawned und dann war ich tot.
Ey, der wird mich jetzt aus der Luft lasern. Alter. Chill, Digga, chill. Was mit ihm? Wieso sprayen die, Junge? Wer macht das? Nice. So, wo ist noch einer? Wiederbelebt er gerade?
Nö.
Komm Leute, ich brauche einen guten Treffer.
Nee, warte. Er hat sich eingebaut. Er revived, geh rein.
Ja, wie denn? Junge, ich krieg die Wand nicht. Junge, er soll aufmachen.
Hat die revived.
Hey, wie hat der revived?
Er hat irgendwie Stift in der Hand gehalten und gleichzeitig revived.
Er geht das.
Glaub ja.
Na, da wusste ich nicht. Egal, ich hab ihn wieder. Digga, jetzt ist hier noch ein Team. Digga, haben die Rocket Launcher auf einmal? Was ist das hier?
Egal, du hast noch Full HP, halt dein Maul.
Junge, die schießen mich alle ab. Junge, mit Rocket Launcher, ey. Soll man nicht nerven. Wieso haben die Bogen? Wieso sind das 4 Leute in einem Team? Ey, wieso sind das gerade 4 Leute?
Das sind 2.
Ey, das ist ein NPC. Schaffe ich oder nicht? Ey, ich kann nicht nachladen, bitte. Komm, der muss sterben, bitte. Ey, Digga, was hier los? Ich hab keine Metz. Ich hab nichts zu bauen. Ey, ich bin tot, Junge. Ich bin tot. Nice! Ich brauch sein Metz. Nice, ich hab wieder. Jetzt 90s cranken. Ja!
Gut gespielt. Ich habe eine Siegeskrone erhalten.
Ja.
Willst du ranked oder willst du weiter?
Ja, das wankt. Aber lass mal so verlieren, ja.
Was?
Lass mal so direkt am Anfang sterben.
Warum?
Ja, damit ich will halt nicht. Ich will halt einfach, ja.
Digga, ich habe eine Krone.
Achso, stimmt.
Ja.
Ich muss alle einfordern und drücken. Er hat ja den Spind wieder geändert. Wie der aussieht. Okay, dann spiele ich kurz Solo.
Wieso?
Ich will gucken, welcher Rang ich bin.
Ich warte auf dich, mach Bildschirmaufnahme.
Ja. Bild 2 Remix heißt der. Heißt die Season. Keiner hat genommen. Hauptplan. Hey, hier ist ein Zwerg. Okay, ich bin 100. Hallo?
Hallo?
Okay, welcher Ring bin ich? Wow. Ich darf nicht wissen. Hä? Warte, ich mach kurz 0 bauen. Hey, lass mal alle Zwerge jetzt erstmal einsammeln, okay?
Ja. Willst du nicht einfach normal Fortnite spielen?
Ja, aber da kriegt man XP. Was für eine Spawn-Insel ist das überhaupt? Noch nie gesehen. Wanked 0 bauen. Bam. Ey, wieso kriege ich meinen Rang nicht? Hallo. Ich krieg meinen
Hä?
Rang nicht. Okay, wie sieht das aus? Rocket Racing. Wanked. Auch rein. Vielleicht muss ich aber ein bisschen warten. Sag mal, welchen Creator Code ich benutzen soll. Ich kaufe mir jetzt den Battle Pass. Hallo?
Hallo?
Welchen Creator Code soll ich benutzen?
Lukas Brawl Stars.
Creator Code Lukas.
Brawl Stars. Brawl Stars habe ich gesagt. Lukas Brawl Stars.
Lukas.
Willst du jetzt auch wohl Lukas Brawl Stars eingeben? Ich hab gesagt, du sollst Lukas Brawl Stars eingeben.
Clash Games. Hä, wieso ist das so? Wieso geht das nicht? Wieso?
Dumm.
Hä?
Weißt du nicht, wie eine Tastatur funktioniert?
Oh, Clash Games. Soll ich jetzt kaufen? Battle Pass?
Ist mir auch egal. Ich mache nie mit Creator Code.
Wieso nicht?
Ich gönne den Leuten kein Geld.
Ich gönn Epic kein Geld. Epic
Hm.
muss das an den Creator zahlen.
Ich weiß.
Also ich kaufe
Ich gönne aber dem Creator kein Geld.
Ja, aber Epic bekommt's dann. Epic Games. Soll ich kaufen?
Mir egal. Hast du nicht gemacht.
Doch, habe ich.
Ja, bist du eigentlich.
Ja, wieso?
Oder was für Musikpass? Was mit dir?
Ja, ich habe den Musikpass geholt halt.
Digga, du bist so ein Opfer. Imagine, jemand fragt dich, ob du Battle Pass hast und du sagst ihm, nee, ich habe aber den Musikpass.
Ich habe beides.
Ich kauf dich mal bis zu Level 100. Wie viel kostet das?
Das geht, glaube ich. Level 50 geht nur.
Mach doch.
Nee, Junge, nee.
Wieso? Wieso
Komm.
machst du das jetzt nicht?
Komm jetzt.
Ja, dann find mich in deiner Freundesliste.
Ja, ich finde dich nicht.
Bist du behindert? Oder du bist schon bei den falschen Leuten.
Du bist da nicht. Bist du auf Line, oder?
Weil da weißt du nicht, wie mein Skin aussieht. Ich habe einen roten Skin.
Ach nee. Junge, ganz oben hier.
Du bist auch wirklich behindert.
Die sollen
Warum
nicht
steht bei dir, dass ich Tag 7 heiße?
Ja, du hast. Ja, man kann anderen halt einen Namen geben.
Ich weiß. Ey, warte, ich will was austesten. Kann ich dich so nennen?
Kann ich dich Super Pro Gamer 7 nennen?
Ich kann dich nicht. Ich kann dich Neger nennen.
Ja.
Niger.
Ja, mach.
Hm.
Mach mal.
Ich kann dich so nennen, warte. Zeig dir. Nein, das geht nicht. Scheiße, es ist.
Was geht nicht?
Kann dich HH88 nennen. Heil Hitler 88. Guck.
Wait, warte. Ah, no. Okay. Okay, komm jetzt. Wanked oder normal?
Was wollte ich sagen?
Ich hab keinen Bock auf Wanked.
Ich wollte irgendwas sagen.
Nee, du wolltest nichts sagen.
Wusstest du, ich und meine Freunde haben einen Minecraft-Server?
Achso. Ja.
Rankt.
Okay, lass uns erstmal alle Zwerge einsammeln, ja?
Ja, was hörst du mit deinen scheiß Zwergen?
Ja,
Halt dein
Zwerge
Maul
sind halt einfach
jetzt.
gut.
Oder ich spiele nicht Fortnite, um XP zu holen.
Ich schon. Du einfach nicht.
Kannst du mal bitte deinen Skin ändern?
Nee. Wieso denn?
Weil sonst kann ich sagen, du scheiß Schwarzer.
Mach das.
Okay, du Drecksnigger. Geh mal wieder zurück auf deine Plantage, okay?
Ich bin
Oder was geht
invisible.
bei...
Komm, ich mache jetzt die perfekte,
Komm mal her, gebiebugst.
Was? Was will ich nicht mal?
Keine Metz dafür.
Wer bist du überhaupt?
Was sagst du zum Skin?
Ja. Ich wollte gerade sagen, wer bist du überhaupt? Okay, wir
Psst.
müssen hier landen.
Lass doch da landen.
Nö. Viel Spaß, hier alle Gegner zu killen. Direkt wo der Bus landet. Wo der Bus rüberfliegt. Wie findest du Holly Hedges? Bist du da gelandet?
Nö.
Ja, wer ist da gelandet?
Ein Zylinder.
Linda ist. Wo ist Linda gelandet? Ich weiß es nicht.
Meinst du das gerade ernst?
Ja,
Warum weißt du das nicht?
ich weiß es nicht.
Das ist Standardwissen der 1. Klasse.
Ja, wo denn?
Felsenpark.
Dessen Park gibt's gar nicht. Nein, 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 du bist nicht tot.
Oder hier sind 2 Menschen.
Ja, easy. Wie easy das ist. Du musst einfach nur deine Maus auf den Gegner machen und dann Linksklick
Ja.
halten.
Und was ist, wenn noch ein anderer von der anderen Seite kommt?
Egal. Hey geil, das Seifensturmgewehr ist wieder, schießt wieder 3-mal auf einmal. Und nicht mehr 2-mal. Okay, guck, wie ich jetzt alle double pumpe. Guck jetzt. Schau, tun, lerne. Da ist eine Krone. Okay, shit, ich glaube, das sind echte Gegner. Egal, trotzdem Kacke. Okay, jetzt kommt ein Mate. Guck, Junge, guck, wie easy das ist. Wie hast du den nicht geholt? Hallo?
Keine Ahnung.
Ja, wie?
Keine Ahnung.
Ja, sag doch. Wo ist deine Krone hin? Ich dachte, du hattest eine Krone. Wo ist die hin? Hallo?
Ist weg. Jetzt mein Gegner geklaut.
Ja, dann soll ich die doch haben. 4 Kills. Hast du auch 4 Kills?
Hm?
Hast du auch 4 Kills?
Ich hab 0.
Okay, komm her, wenn du Minis haben willst. Komm her. Gut gemacht.
Auf den Schildtrank.
Ja, komm her, wenn du den haben willst.
Hast du noch einen zweiten Mini?
Ähm. Nee. Du hast dir selber Schaden gemacht. Hallo, was passiert?
Hier ist ein Zwerg.
Wieso bist du One-Shot?
Hier
Hier ist kein Zwerg.
war nicht. Da
Ja.
war ein Random.
Einfach nur ein Zwerg, den man nicht durchsuchen konnte. Oh, das ist ein Auto. Eine Automatik ist das. Ja, was macht diese Doppel-G-Bombe? Okay, der sollte mal herkommen.
Das Gegner, das Gegner, das Gegner.
Ach nee! Ah! Bam! Und bam! Dö. Oh! Okay, ich habe nur noch eine. Ich glaube, ich bin cooked. Egal, hoffentlich finden die mich nicht.
Ich glaube, ich gehe gleich wieder.
Wieso?
Irgendwie ist das Game langweilig.
Hab ihn! Ich bin gut, oder?
Ja.
Ja, aber ich hab dir doch gekillt. Warum willst du jetzt auch?
Das Spiel macht es langweilig.
Dann lass mal Rocket Racing. Vielleicht ist es dann nicht mehr langweilig. Okay. Hallo.
Hallo.
Ich hab wieder so Zeitfahren.
Der Royal finde ich langweilig irgendwie.
Ja, okay, die Runde noch. Komm. Komm in mein
Ja.
Auto. Also zuerst ist hier ein Schildtrank. Oh, danke. Oh shit. Oh shit. Hinter uns. Die Cops verfolgen uns. Okay, nimm erstmal den hier. Nimm ihn. Ah! Hallo! Mach was! Bitte!
Ich habe eine Pistole.
Dann schießt die halt mit der Pistole. Ey, hinter uns auch noch, ey.
Oh, Xambilla sogar, was das hier?
Egal, warte, die kämpfen sich jetzt gegeneinander. Das heißt, ich kann mich heilen. Shit, sie haben mich markiert. Kann ich noch einen trinken oder nicht? Nein, darf ich nicht. Mir wurde verboten. Ja, warum sind die auch so gut? Müssen die so gut sein? Können die nicht einfach schlecht sein? das für Lobbys, Junge? Shit, man kann nicht gleich an. Digga, das sind 4 Gegner. Ich dachte, wir spielen Duos. Oha. War alles ab. Nice. Nice. Hallo. Bist du noch da?
Gut gespielt.
Mein Rang wird wieder nicht angezeigt. Wollen wir Rocket Racing?
Na gut.
Okay, das sieht jetzt so aus. Okay, was hast du bei Zeitfahren? Lies mal vor.
Warte kurz.
War.
Was habe ich bei Aufträge? Zeitfahren. Küstenfarm.
Küstenfahren in wie viel?
1,7 oder drunter.
Ja, was ist das unterste?
Das unterste ist Küstenfarm, 1,1. 1 Minute 1.
Ja, easy.
Und Klippenraser mit 1,2.
Ey, man sieht nicht mal die Namen, man muss hier überall rüberfahren. Küstenfahren. Küstenfarm oder Küstenfahren?
Küstenfarm.
Also, ja, okay, dann das da.
Warte kurz.
Endlich mal wieder Dark 7. Hallo.
Ja.
Okay, 1-1, ja.
Mhm.
Ja, los. Frag mich, ob
Nee.
die dir... Okay, nochmal.
Glaubst du, 1 Minute 1 ist einfach?
Ja, sollst du schaffen. Mit deinem Skill sollst du es schaffen.
Ja, nö, ich hab's nicht geschafft bei dieser Runde.
Und wieso ist es so schwer?
Na, okay, ich habe jetzt schon reingeschissen, sage ich.
Bam! Hab's.
Mir fehlt 1 Sekunde.
1,8. Ja, was macht der da? Wieso dreht der so um? Ja, wieso dreht der mitten auf der Strecke um einfach so? Vielleicht weiß der was, das wir nicht wissen.
Nicht so gut, diese Leute.
Ja, lass mal von ihm lernen. Okay, er driftet in die komplett falsche Richtung. Boostet er? Ja, will ich auch machen. Okay, hier fliegt er einfach. Ja, guck ihm zu. Guck, was er macht. Ja, verkackt.
Hab's geschafft. Nee, doch nicht. 0,3 Sekunden fehlen mir.
Er hat's geschafft, aber ich war schneller, also. Ja, wie kann ich dir zugucken? Ah, jetzt guck ich dir zu. Okay, gib alles.
Nein, was mache ich?
Predict. SK oder Zeta? SK. Okay, SK machen wir. Humble oder Pioneers? Ja, Junge. Humble. Humble. Crazy Raccoon, Albert L. Crazy Raccoon. Reply Totem. Ja, easy. 4 mal links. Submit.
Ich glaub's.
Eins, war dein Bestes. Hey, du hast es.
Ich weiß.
Jetzt willst du noch mich schlagen, oder was?
Nö.
Ja.
Willst du es nicht nochmal probieren?
Nee, das schaffe ich
Ja.
nicht, ich weiß es. Oha, das war smooth. Du bist 0,4 Sekunden vor deinem. Nee, ich glaube oben ist schneller. Um ehrlich zu sein. Ja, du bist langsam, bis hinten. Hey, da ist ein Boostpad.
Ja.
Das ist nicht. Hey, nimm noch die Boostpads mit. Das Boost, ja. Ich probiere jetzt nochmal. Mit meinem neuen Wissen. Ach, steht noch 6 Sekunden. Okay, dann auch nicht. Machst du auch nochmal?
Nee.
Okay, dann. Ich auch nicht. Platz 4000 der Welt. Krass.
Ich bin Platz 20 der Welt. Wusstest du, man kann sein Hintergrundscreen ändern?
Sein Ladebildschirm, ja.
Nee, dieses hier.
Was?
Also diesen Hintergrundbild von deinem Skin gerade. Also beim Menü, dieses Bild hinter dir.
Ja. Wie denn?
In den Dateien kannst du es ändern.
In den Dateien, alles klar.
Hä, das geht wirklich?
Ja, wirklich?
Ja.
Ja, mach mal.
Ich weiß nicht, wie das geht, aber wenn
Ja,
das bei ganz gemacht ist,
sag, wo ich hingehen soll.
weil ich. Siehst du?
Ja.
Sambila-Futter wird ausgeführt.
In den Dateien, Junge.
Warte.
Man sieht den Epic Games Launcher nicht.
Ja, egal. Warte kurz, ich muss kurz auf diese 3 Punkte zugreifen können. Jetzt hier zu.
Fortnite
Ja,
Game,
warte.
glaube ich.
Jetzt zu verwalten. Installationspfad öffnen. Fortnite Game. Content. Keine Ahnung, wo diese Bilder sind, aber du kannst irgendwo. Irgendwo sind die Bilder gespeichert.
Ja, die sind verschlüsselt, die kann man nicht ändern.
Doch,
Wo denn?
ich weiß nicht wo, aber ich muss suchen. Die sind nicht verschlüsselt. Ein Freund von mir hatte mal einfach irgend so ein Bild von Domin, also von einem Typen als Hintergrund.
Halt in der Lobby.
Ja,
Splash, ich sehe hier nur. Movies. Nee, das ist da nicht. Das ist woanders gespeichert.
This next match is an elimination match.
Zeus chasing down Mota here. Elevate, they're going on to day 2. The connection as well. He gets another super down, 4.5k damage left. That's not something Eternal Fire can stop. Here's Chino over the top. Unreal. Charles in a 1v2.
Also ich habe hier jetzt ein YouTube-Video, ich guck mir das jetzt an.
But tomorrow is where the temperature
Okay.
gets dialed up to 11 because we enter our quarterfinals and we will be one step closer to crowning our next
Man muss auf App-Data gehen.
Ach so, App-Data.
Local App-Data.
As the dust settles after a wild first day of competition, our brawlers that have emerged unscathed prepare for our second day of our finals right here, right now, live from Superfest in the heart of Welcome to day 2 of the Brawl Stars World Finals. World Finals. Yesterday, 12 of the best teams from around the world went toe-to-toe on this very
Ich hab's.
stage for a quarterfinals spot. And today,
Simon, ich hab's.
just
Ja, mach du's mal.
remain.
Man
It is
zeigt mir,
going
wie's
to be
aussieht.
an absolutely phenomenal day of Brawl Stars Esports. I can
Hast du mal-
assure you.
Okay, der Ordner.
My name's Barney Banks, and I am your host. And remember, we've got $1 million on the line. The Brawl Stars Championship belt.
what?
And not only that, but from
Warte,
today,
warte, ich
all
geh
of our
kurz-
matches
ich geh kurz
are best
dahin.
of 5s. So, with that being said, it is time to send you over to our
App-Data,
casters in the
local.
booth. We've got Uber
Local
and
App-Data.
Kenny.
And what a day for it, folks. My goodness.
App
The atmosphere
data,
here, absolutely electric. Standing
local.
room only. In the arena here live from Brawlfest in Helsinki. Welcome back to the desk. I'm Mitch Leslie here, joined by Kenneth Barlow
Local,
the
Fortnite.
third.
Jetzt kommt Truth
That's
Wars.
true and real. Guarantee you.
Fortnite game. Fortnite.
It's a great sounding name, I'm not going to lie.
It is.
I'll
Fortnite
tell you what,
game here.
Looking back over yesterday, we whittled 12 teams down to 8, Kenny,
Saved.
and we had banger after banger
Consistent
after
download.
banger. Some
Dir.
of the most high
Dir.
quality games, the highest density of high
Hook.
quality games we've ever seen in a day
CMS.
of Brawl. And I've got a feeling
Files.
we're far from done.
This crowd was loud and proud as
shops,
well. It is
shops.
buzzing here today. It's tough competition, though. We eliminated an entire region yesterday, and today we've got some of EMEA's finest kicking us off.
Guck, ich habe keine Scheiße gelabert.
Came into this tournament with
Oh,
5
so goofy
seeds,
sieht das
so
aus.
plenty of representation, and much of that has been kept intact. Let's have a look at our results
Ey,
from
ich-
yesterday and get you up to speed with an explosive day 1. View your groups and bear in mind
Das ist
these
alles
matches
ersetzen.
were all best of 3s, so there really weren't too many second chances for teams that were slow to start. Group A saw SK Gaming advance in first place with Elevate in second. We saw Reply Totem having to come through LCQ, Kenny, getting out of Group B in first ever Pioneers.
And they're one of the few LCQ teams left. They somehow go through the gauntlet, survive, take on SSG, SA's #1, Pioneers #2 in North America, and come out unscathed. On the other end, the group of death. Group C, a lot of action went down there. Both of those teams that made it through, Crazy Raccoons, Zeta Division, who we'll see momentarily, are certainly battle-tested.
Now, with 4 EMEA teams in the competition, it was almost inevitable that we'd see an interregional clash here in the quarterfinals. Here are your matches for today. We've got 4 best of 5 quarterfinals on deck for you. We're starting with an absolute
mach mal,
doozy.
ersetz es
2
mal.
teams with
Durch irgendwas.
massive
Okay.
reputations,
Probier mal.
huge
Du
followings
musst es dann genau
that
gleich
haven't really
benennen wie
played in a
der.
game of consequence on the
Ja,
world
das geht
stage
nicht.
ever.
In terms of international level, got a lot
V-Bucks.
to it. I mean, Zeta Division has
Also
not
welches
really
denn?
faced off against the players of SK Gaming, but safe
Die
to
Rocket
say,
League.
SK
Hier,
Gaming
das kannst du
all
ersetzen.
have roster
Das dann-
members
das
that
wird
have
dann
come
Rocket
just
League, ja.
short of success here at an international level. On the other end, however, they're 2023 world champions.
Absolutely, and they mean business here in 2024. Remember, it's the lion's share of $1 million that our teams are competing for here at the Brawl Stars World Finals. $400,000 for first place, trickling down, of course. And all of our competitors today take a minimum of $40,000 away from this event.
Nehmen jetzt
4
Fortnite als
EMEA teams
Hintergrund.
still in the mix. No survivors from South America, but APAC still looking scary, and North America has their delegates still in the mix. What are your thoughts? Who do you think's going to make it through today? Let us know at event.brawlstars.com. That's the place to be to get involved in the action. Watch the stream and give yourself a chance to earn some fantastic in-game loot. We've unlocked the rest of the reward track, and so Hypercharge is up for grabs over the course of this weekend. Great way to get yourself star drops, pins.
Lol, Junge.
I think we're going to be pretty split here on the casting desk. I'm curious how the crowd and the viewer audience goes, but I think today's a pretty tough day to predict in general. Looks like starting out expectedly split. Here's the thing though, Uber. There are 3 of us picking SK Gaming. Only 2 are picking the defending world champions.
Yeah, which is, it's fascinating. I mean, they are the defending world champions, but a lot has happened over the course of this year. And Zeta Division and SK have played twice, but only in quarterfinals.
Okay, ich geh jetzt in Fortnite rein.
One each, so in the direct head-to-head, it's pretty hard to get a feel for who should come out on top there. SK
Bei dir
has a great
funktioniert?
start to the year. Tapered off a little bit though, and that might be
Weiß
why
nicht, mach später.
putting Zeta Division first. They did fall, of course, to Crazy Raccoon yesterday, but the APAC teams, when it comes to land, they always look like a different.
Ich habe mir das YouTube-Video nicht ganz zu Ende angeguckt. Ich habe einfach Freestyle gemacht, aber es sollte funktionieren.
Stage is set. It's time
Ja, das ist doch
to
eigentlich,
get this party
eigentlich
started.
soll's gehen.
And let's get serious.
Thank you so much, Uber and Kenny, and I know I mentioned it earlier, but I wanted to give you the opportunity to see it up close and personal. This right here is the Brawl Stars Championship belt. What an absolutely epic piece of kit this is. This is what all of our players are trying to fight for and to try and get their hands on, and the closer we get to this belt, the more intense the atmosphere gets in the Superfest arena. But it is about time to meet our first 2 quarter-finalists to make their way to the main stage. Our first team had a narrow loss against Crazy Raccoon in their opening match yesterday, but they are your current world champions. From EMEA, we've got Gero, Meow, and Novi. They are Zeta Division. Their opponents had an absolutely fantastic display yesterday's matches because they are coming from the top seed, hailing from EMEA as well. It's Joker, Lenan, and Yoshi, SK Gaming!
Ja, es geht.
Sag mal.
Oh. Ich habe das ein bisschen falsch gemacht, aber guck da oben. Da oben.
Hä, wie, was hast du denn gemacht?
Ich hatte aus Versehen. Ich hätte das nach unten machen müssen, warte, ich ändere das kurz.
Ja, krass.
Guck, ich laber nicht. Es geht wirklich.
Ja, komm.
Plenty of rivalry, plenty of score to settle in this matchup, Kenny.
It's going to be intense. I mean, this is number 2 and number 3 of EMEA. The only team above them, Humble, who had a little bit of controversy yesterday.
Okay, jetzt
They
Clip Miraza
had to
2.
battle against Crazy Raccoon, who
Miraza.
ended up getting revenge on these 3 fellas. They're a fantastic group of members. They need no introduction. But one that stood out to us at the casting desk yesterday in particular, Meow.
Zwei heißt
Outstanding
es,
performance to get here.
Now, you'd be forgiven for thinking he was the latest advance in AI technology. This guy is absolutely unshakable. But the banter gets real once Rama gets a hold of his
Alter,
phone.
das ist die
These
schwerste
guys
Map,
are
die
legit.
es hier
And
überhaupt
yesterday,
gibt.
Meow, over the course of that series, was often on Rico duty or really, put in a position where he had to be dealing huge amounts of consistent damage over the course of the game. We normally have
Okay, das musst du in wie schnell schaffen? 1 Minute 2. Ja, dann viel Spaß. Viel Spaß. Viel Glück.
Was?
Ja, viel Glück, das zu schaffen.
Could have gone either way, and SK Gaming on the other end. A fearsome opponent, Joker, Yashi, Lana, all of them have taken to the global stage many a time, but this roster in particular has to be noted. When you think about SK Gaming, they run through Lana. When talking with these guys, their strategy, full-out aggression. As Lana so delicately put it in an interview, we are very, very aggressive. Emphasis on very. That's what they do. They power up Lana, let him get in the faces of enemies, and Team Captain Joker, Yashi on the other end, they're right there alongside him.
And Joker, in the past, took Lenard's role.
Geht nicht.
He was that superstar. He was that high economy, high investment player. Now on SK
Geh mal
Gaming,
bereit.
though, he's taken a bit more of a backseat, is a bit more focused on the strategic side of things. Getting together with Pedro, working out the drafts, and making sure every SK composition is tailor-made to put Lenar in a position to succeed. And that's exactly what we saw yesterday. We saw a lot of Rico play over that entire set between SK and Elevate from Joker. Lenar was put on a tank or on a brawler that was high risk, high reward, feast or famine. And if SK Gaming have their way, they'll be eating all day.
There's one thing I've learned about this SK Gaming roster. Lenar eats way more than he doesn't. They oftentimes so aggressive. And it's just a hard thing to deal with, especially in a draft setting. You can oftentimes counter out those tanky brawlers. It's not that simple with this guy. You really have to adjust your game plan.
Also vielleicht muss ich ja privat machen.
Team Captain Joker, also a strong drafter in general. He's a huge part of that dialogue that goes down between the team. It's going to be a tough one to script for Zeta Division.
For a lot of brawlers, Lenar's often put in position 3 in terms of the pick and ban. So if SK Gaming are second pick, they get an uncounterable pick for Lenar set up. Either way, they try and make those really impactful picks a little bit later on in the draft to set him up. Zeta Division, though, are extremely consistent. This is a team that doesn't have any glaring flaws. I'd say that maybe while they don't see the highest highs out of individuals like a team like SK, they really
Also ich probiere mal alleine. Gut.
Ja, ich probiere auch alleine.
Stability that has paved the way for Zeta Division to be a household name, not only in EMEA but globally in Brawl Stars.
And it's been polar opposites, even though they are only 1 seed apart in this region. Both had direct tickets to the World Finals. SK Gaming started off the year hot.
Auch nicht.
0 sets dropped in that top 8. A Grand Finals win. 0 Grand Finals appearances the rest of the way.
Right.
And somehow we're still putting our faith in them. In scrims, in practices, this is a team that I have heard getting a lot of juice from other pro players. Their success rate was really high. And I'm just going to trust in the fact that these guys can deliver on a land setting as well.
Okay,
I also feel like they're due in a sense. Should Zeta Division be the favorites? Yeah, I think they should. They're the defending world champion. They were ahead in seeding. But at the end of the day, these players are way too talented not to finally grab a marquee win for their careers.
And it doesn't matter what kind of year SK Gaming have had. It really doesn't. When we get to a land like this, we always believe there's a chance. But you at home at event.brawlstars.com feel like this is Zeta Division's game to lose. In fairness, we're pretty split on the caster desk as well. We're headed to knockout first. Out in the open. A map where you really got to think about taking brawlers that can operate over water. Taking sharpshooters. Pearl will be pretty hotly contested, but that's been banned straight away for SK Gaming.
Hallo.
They don't want to
Hallo?
Bereit.
Digga, ich hab keinen Bock auf Battle Royale.
Wir machen kurz Zwerge.
Bruder, was für Zwerge? Nein, bitte nicht. Ich glaube, ich gehe dann lieber.
Ja.
Ich muss noch FIFA-Quests spielen. Ja, okay, dann tschüss.
Okay, dann.
And the question is, are SK Gaming, even on a knockout map, are they angling for a Kenji pick potentially?
Ciao.
We've got Zingas paired with these high-risk brawlers to try and make a play with that shield, but Angelo feels like a must-have on this map. He can operate on the left-hand side, of course, being able to cross that water, has extremely high burst damage and high mobility to boot.
I thought Angelo was going to be the first overall pick, considering he was a top 3 ban yesterday. And granted, we did have a lot of knockout, a lot of bounty yesterday. But it's clear that pro players really value him for this game mode. And especially on out in the open, like you alluded to, you need that mobility, the extra space to get around that indestructible wall. Huge difference maker.
So Centerpiece Brawler picked up here for Zeta Division. Now they can start thinking about how they fill the rest of this out. Meg comes in here with a reduction to her maximum range on her primary fire. Recently, she doesn't cover the map quite as easily and will need to play a bit more aggressive in a side lane on a lot of maps. But here, when push comes to shove, Meg having a second life virtually after getting knocked out of the mech, being able to potentially fall back, recover, get back in the mech, means that she's quite difficult to deal with in knockout.
At a professional level, this is going to be her best game mode for that exact reason. You got to deal with her twice, and when you only get 3 lives, having a 4th, if you will, is a big difference maker. Lola making an appearance here. This is going to be an attempt at shredding through this Meg. They need high DPS to bring Meg down to just a measly pea shooter with a tiny pistol. And of course, Angelo, as a sharpshooter with only 1 projectile, not going to do too well into the extra spawner that Lola brings with that super.
This used to be a really common pick for Chaos when he was on this SK Gaming roster. Saw it all the time. Obviously, Lola's damage output increases drastically when she has an ego on the field, and Flame, for example, to turn that ego into a piece of shielding. And there it is, the Kenji pick. They kind of telegraphed it with a Gus take at the start. We might expect to see Lenar on that brawler. Can SK Gaming, with this composition, run it down?
And they're going to put their faith, and I'm sure, in Lenar's hands for that. This is the aggressive flair that SK Gaming bring to the table. I don't know if Zeta Division are going to match it. Not oftentimes you're going to see an identical kind of strength.
Off the bat like that again.
Gonna be a reset here. Daryl now on the left.
The final.
The series in the BSE top 8, 1-1 apiece from
Today's video is
Yoshi already has a supercharged up Joker, a menace on positioning themselves here very early.
There's the Gale Force from Yoshi, and Novi has nothing to do. Gero here as well takes a ton of poke damage, and in comes Meow with the elbow of justice. How are they going to get rid of this El Primo? Pure damage, says Joker, and I've got plenty of it.
Joker meets him in the middle with a lot of shots to the face. SK Gaming, great defense. They have not been able to escape this spawn, and now Navi's back on the prowl. Gero, right hand in, looking
Another
at Lenon. The stun goes through. Yoshi can't quite secure the kill, though. That pesky Kenji in his heels gets away.
And there it is, Meow. I can't quite connect, though. Lenar having to use a gotcha gadget earlier on. It's a tough fight to beat Gero here. Navi wants to push up Joker, though, with the hypercharge. Bullets flying everywhere, but Lenar goes down. Gero's going to be a problem for this Rico, and Joker doesn't even bother trying to deal with the stew. Yoshi needs a big super here, maybe hyper it, and it does come through. 2 waves of Gale Force pushes Meow back. Another one. Yoshi is cycling those supers like a boss.
SK with a breakaway down the left-hand end. Gero trying to defend. Meow back. Kenji in the fray as well. There's a dive in. Lenon doesn't get the kill, though. Navi and teammates will be able to push through. Gero back in ball control.
And now we know the Colette does have push it as a star power, so it's just displacement, not the shielding from mass attacks that you more often look to take. Meow here with that hypercharge up. Lenar wants to be the one pressuring the Primo down, and so he does. Hypercharge super comes in for the Colette. Lenar definitely walks outside of that Sashimi X radius, but Gero at least is able to trade. Ball is cornered. Classic SK play, but they still need a goal before they can fall back. Another super from Yoshi, making space for Joker.
Yoshi hasn't been a flashy pick, but he sure as heck has been defensive. Meow hasn't been able to break away yet. Here comes Joker with some tags. Meow with the dive in, taking flight, makes a connection. Take down alongside it. Now SK on the back line. 15 to go on the shot clock, and Zeta are trying to position themselves here. Ball left, right in SK's hands, though.
Here comes Lenar again. Gets rid of Meow once more. Yoshi again, rinse and repeat. Super onto Navi. Gero has to super back towards his goals, but here is overtime. Lenar tried to make a shot, but Navi is too low. Meow will hold possession and corner the ball.
Little preemptive fire there from Lenar. Tried to time it just right, but two bodies were standing in his path alongside the goal. Now it's been cornered towards this top left side. A skate away, a dodge. Lenar goes down. Yoshi making a push here. A tag onto Meow, stuns him out of the ball, but a breakaway opportunity for Zeta Division. The red roster with a taste here.
Lenar back off score, though. Joker under pressure. Lets the super go. Can't dodge the Kenji super. Goal! Novi ends it in overtime. What a first round.
That was only game number 1, Uber. Everybody take a deep breath. We are in for a roller coaster ride here. 2 EMEA Titans trying to show why they deserve to take this big stage, why they deserve a day number 3, and now they're battling at their best for a set 3.
SK need to pivot off their map control. Once they get position, they need to convert into a goal. That was their biggest problem in the previous round. Zeta just kept coming back off spawn, relentless, and eventually overwhelmed them.
Slow down a little bit. Looks for these tags, goes from there. Lenar popping a gadget, a perfect dodge out of Navi there. Now Lenar looking at him again. The slice and the dice. It's one goes down. 386 HP, and Lenar's running for the hills. He has to corner this ball.
That's a terrible matchup for Lenar. He does not want to be spending this round fighting Navi. That's where Yoshi needs to be. But now they're able to win it out at least with a gotcha gadget. No, it's Navi into super instead. Here's the elbow from Meow. Yoshi suplexed out of the way, and it's virtually an open goal as Gero can slot it in.
Perfect start here for Zeta Division. A much earlier goal in game number 2. But SK Gaming not wavering here. A lot of belief in this stadium for their fellas here in blue. Zeta surrounding this ball, but an early pickup here from SK Gaming. Now's the time to push.
Yoshi, another super. Navi just blown to smithereens. Gero down. This is SK's time. They now have to turn this into a goal.
I started this channel nearly 14 years ago.
Yoshi out of possession of the ball. We'll see a twister thrown up in front of goal, but SK cannot get possession again. Lenar low. Meow will duck back to pick it up, and Joker is in trouble.
Joker in trouble and missed a huge super there. He survives. They only get away with 1 kill. Yoshi thrown over the shoulders of Meow. They had an opportunity. They have to capitalize here. This is another takedown. Zeta once again on their back heels, and Lenar is cooking with a hypercharge.
Gero's in no hurry right now. Zeta Division have that 1 goal lead. Here's the super from Kenji. Yoshi waits it out, and SK have a chance to attack now. Once again, it's the El Primo, though, that stands in their way.
Gero left in the net. Navi Off the respawn, Meow taking his time. Lots of hyper charges available. A lot of util that they can click at a moment's notice. And a big playmaker on the other end now has to play defense. Lenan with the first one. Bounce shots connecting to Meow. Garo skating over for assistance here. Joker deliberating what to do. Meow gets flying, dives in. Meow intercepts. Joker survives. Yoshi has the hyper charge. He has to push forward. 13 on the clock. Yoshi, no net. He slides it through. We're going to overtime.
Wouldn't have it any other way. Zeta Division on the precipice of winning the set now. Have to do it in extra innings. Here comes Garo, supering forward. Yoshi with a hypercharge just for the base stats, apparently. Novi in his fate, goes for a super. Lenar taken down, and Garo from out in front will seal the deal. Zeta Division take Brawl Ball.
Advantage Zeta Division here. A heated rivalry between two of EMEA's finest. And the defending world champions are showing how fierce they truly are. This has been back and forth the whole way. That's exactly what we saw in this Brawl Ball set. I can't help but think back though. SK Gaming certainly had some opportunities, some missed shots, some missed supers. Zeta Division's mechanics just looked a little bit better.
This to me though is reminiscent of what we saw on that knockout set, Kenny. Zeta Division favor these higher health pool brawlers and eventually hit a critical mass where they overwhelm SK Gaming, who again are playing pretty flashy comps, right? We love the Rico, the Gale, the Colette even picked here, but it felt like a very reactionary move from SK to bring the Colette to answer some of these big health pools. And in fairness, it looked good. Lenar looked really, really good here. But once he burned through those gadgets, he got a little bit too much. Look at the damage differential. This is the difference that is made by bringing in these hefty tanks. And I've got to say, Novi, on that Kenji, doing well to secure positive matchups after spending so long getting Gale forced into boxes over and over again.
That's part of Brawl Stars. Sometimes health points are enough, even though there was so much damage being applied by this SK Gaming roster. The defense, great. They couldn't hold on long enough. There's only so many opportunities after so many spawns. One kill, and there's 15,000 health points with El Primo just sprinting at you. You can only hold off for so long.
It's just too much to deal with him. The El Primo doesn't really have to do anything overly special. Can strip the ball though from plays. We saw Yoshi was threatening a goal and got suplexed back into Zeta Division's net and lost possession. And SK were in no position to recoup the ball and actually make a shot on goal. Zeta Division had not only a very solid comp, but great contingencies as well.
Now we're moving on to last stop. Completely different game mode and an opportunity. SK Gaming have 3 players on this roster that have come so close. But to be honest with you, we give them a lot of credit at this international stage. Yoshi made a Final 4 last year, but other than that, these guys have been good in the regular season, haven't exploded in the postseason. This is a legacy match for these fellas. An opportunity to take this big organization, this huge fan base to the promised land here of day 3. That's something this team has lacked.
Boy, those fans have been waiting. SK Gaming Nation have been frothing in the mouth. Finally see the team go all the way. This is an ambitious project. Younger guns on this SK Gaming roster. Lenar and Joker coming in to try and give him that moonshot. Here's a Surge picked up, who, to my knowledge, performed really well yesterday.
Yeah, 71.4% win rate, tied for the 4th most plays. I'll take that all day long, Uber. Last stop here too, I think a big part of it as well, the unpredictability that makes it's guaranteed to land some shots to explode, so much damage to be applied. And this is also just a great answer to any aggression. If you want to get aggressive, Surge is going to shadow that wall. There's 3 tags so they can get to that tier 2, tier 3, and heck, that tier 4 unbelievable.
Absolutely terrifying to face some Surge down at that stage. Then grab here, so a safe win in Guts being picked up by Meow. Also someone who can empower those more aggressive side laners to move up, bully their opponents out, and take that map control. Clancy's available. We've seen that sort of looked at on some of these gen grab maps, more Hard Rock Mine and maybe some of the more close-quartered ones. Last stop is a little bit more open in some areas, but Amber also been targeted by Banton here. Here's that aforementioned Clancy, Zeta Division, snap it up. So both teams with a brawler that loves the long game.
Both these brawlers, top 5 selections yesterday. This has been concrete parts of our meta. They're constantly going to be making appearances here. Gus, his play rate wasn't great, but this is a whole new map and mode. We'll see how it goes. I'm mixed emotions because I do
It's
really...
like 30% win rate, right?
Yeah, it's 1/3 of the time yesterday that he won, and obviously the game mode's different, the map pool different, but I think the sentiment still remains the same. the damage is something that's going to be an issue. He powers up allies, but if your teammates aren't exploding, if they're not taking advantage of their shield, heck, if you miss a shield, it's so costly. And I love this response from SK Gaming. They're going to go with a mid of their own that's going to outrange, out-DPS the Gus. So in terms of lane diff, we would hope that that Piper would be better than the Gus in a one-on-one.
And in theory, that means SK Gaming have priority, maybe an early gem lead. The ability to let their side laners go ham. Tara getting picked up here. I mean, she can obviously now with that hypercharge blow terrain apart with that use of gravity. Also, like help from beyond can be very effective against those single shot brawlers, but again, a little bit of an eyebrow raiser, this pick.
Definitely. It's been a while. It's funny, too, because last year the meta didn't really revolve around Tara at this time either, but I still remember last stop, Tara showing up. I think in Gym Grab specifically, when you have a super, and now Tara obviously equipped with a hypercharge since then.
Which makes her super bigger.
Exactly. Which is easier to hit, disrupts the gym count. If you just need one big play, Tara might be the brawler to count on. However, this counter pick on the other side, it is a tank, but you can get rid of any effect of that pull from Tara's super. This might be the answer that Zeta Division need.
I love the quick response from the Buster here for Zeta. Trying to book their tickets to the semifinals with a win over regional rivals SK Gaming. By the way, it's not that it's acrimonious. These guys are friends. I got smashed by a Joker and Novi at table football the other day, so they hang out. But still, this game means so much to both of them, and SK Gaming now need to force a set 5.
Interregional pride on the line. A day 3 ticket to the World Finals on the line. And Joker starting out early with a couple taps. Yashi there to secure one as well. It's going to take him a second. He has to find a way to get up in Buster's face. Make a few tags here. There's the second. He needs one more and he'll be at a 2-2 stage.
Now has to make a catch it. Instead, catch away. Now it's help from the beyond. We're going to pressure down. It was Joker catching Gero though. And that will allow SK Gaming to get a healthy little lead here. Notice that Joker uses Poppin to blow up the bushes and make it dangerous for that Buster to emerge.
Not now, getting pulled in. It's going to be a dangerous one here. Survives the lane. Left-hand side goes Zeta Division's way, though. Joker looking for a gadget. Doesn't quite connect. Always a disappointing feeling when the auto-aim doesn't quite hit.
Still though, Joker and Lenar splitting the map. It's going to have to be the Buster coming in from above with that montage super. Now it's just hit level 2. Nobody can take map control behind that super now, and he does. Joker at 9 gems though. There's a gravity thrown down. Healing Shade doesn't quite make it to Lenar, but Nobody's able to bring him down. Joker's in trouble. He's got to get out with the pop-in. 1 gem away are SK Gaming.
And now they've gotten all their bushes for kill. Joker has to be super careful. Meow still hasn't made it to a tier 3, but if he does, this gets dangerous. Navi with a super, and now Lena falls once again. Yashi under pressure. Joker can't make a move, and SK Gaming are just left away.
Wants the hype, but that's a big hit on Meow. Should let Lenar into these bushes to pressure the Clancy. Now just dodging one of those shots. Yoshi, not the one you want to fight the Buster apparently. And Joker still sitting on 9 gems, now is in danger.
Meow got away with one there. He was able to hide, and this gym count increasing by the second. They haven't found a way to deal with the right or the left lane. Yashi diving in, he has to make a move. There's one. Hypercharge madness going down. Meow low HP. He narrowly dodges though. The counter! A sharpshooter shot connects, but Garo's one away.
Here comes Lenar. Big super. It's massive! And it strips all the gems from Zeta Division. Meow can only look on now as Lenar gets away with the heist of the century.
There's the big play that they needed. Tara makes it count when it matters most. SK Gaming coming alive here in game number 1 of set 4. And now they're 1 away from taking us to set 5.
The last pick, Tara, with the playmaking potential. It's a hypercharged super from Lenar, dropped down, and 9 gems spilled. What a comeback for SK.
One big play is all you need in this game mode. They were outclassed in the second half of game number 1, but if they get a good one here, that's all it takes. That's the X factor Tara brings. And now Joker back in position, and already with an early gym count here.
Now getting aggressive despite only being rank 1 there, Kenny. Yoshi goes in, now be able to use that instant replay to draw him in. That's going to be a gravity from Lenar. A lot of loose gems here. Joker back in position with a kooky popper is going to force him off that line.
Yashi a wide open right-hand side lane. Garo backed up, pressure being applied from Lenar. And I'll be trying to move forward, and there's the perfect tool that they needed. Joker forced away and barely survived.
Still like 3 gems to SK Gaming's name. They are in this. This level 1 though is Yoshi. yet to really get rolling. Holding on to that super now to try and use it to close the gap, but that's a torrent from Meow that vaporizes him.
Manasa holding on to this Hyper. Extra catches. He's not quite sure where these guys are. A little bit of scouting report done. Does his due diligence. Now he's sneaking up with the backhand line. Joker gets one. There's the pull, but he can't get it fully. Garo down. Yoshi moving in now. And Jim's being collected for SK. They are a narrow lead.
But now Novi is carrying the gems. Can he be nearly as aggressive while he is the player that has the win condition in hand? Yoshi wants to come forward at level 3. He's looking scary, but Novi has super available.
Hypercharge for Joker. Long range shots. He's playing it carefully, looking for that extra speed. Meow down low, has to dive away. And Garo looking to match. Navi slowly bringing the Zeta Division push up, and this is going to be all evened out if they're not careful.
Yoshi with the hypercharge goes aggressive. He needs to get to Novi, though. The shots bouncing around the corner. Put some serious pressure on the Buster. But Garo snaps another gem up. It's 9-7. One more for SK, and Novi knows it. He's got to come forward, but Yoshi hits harder. And now we have a countdown. Beautiful gravity from Lenar. And Garo is on the outside looking in.
And SK Gaming have 10 gems in Joker's pocket. And Zeta Division see the writing on the wall. Guess what, Brawl Nation?
Here we go!
EMEA is giving you your very best. Set 5 to open day number 2.
Haymaker after haymaker being thrown from these superstar EMEA teams. Let's have a look back over this gem grab set, which really felt like it was decided, but some huge Tara supers, and Yoshi finally getting involved in that last round to close it out.
I got real nervous for SK Gaming, I'll be honest with you. They were looking so good on the start of that game 1, and slowly but surely, Zeta Division crept in with complete control. Isolating the left side, isolating the right. There was nowhere for them to move. A big-time Lana play is what made the difference in both sets. One hypercharged Tara pool changed everything. 291 DPS, and I know he wasn't leading the kill category. I know it wasn't a perfect set for him, but you don't need perfect, you just need a win.
It's another example of a Gus game that doesn't look good on paper here, Kenny. Garo first picks that safe mid and really hopes that the Gus Super is going to allow the Buster probably to close the gap in a big way, but I don't think the Zeta Division were ready for that Tara. That really throws a spanner in the works. Their plan of using that tanky brawler to come forward. Lenar says, I will fight. I'll throw this down, but I will take it.
A surprise attack back. Especially on a map like that where it's 3 heroes, teammates that are covered in grass. If you get one launch of that pool, it changes everything. He's the X factor. They play around this guy, and that's exactly what they did in a set number 4. When your season is on the line, when there's no more room for error, you count on your star player.
It's amazing. This is the same SK game we saw in that first set and look pretty lifeless. Now, though, they are brimming with vitality. Now, we have a decided set. Couldn't ask for a better game here as we head for Shooting Star.
This
For our
one's
tiebreaker.
This one's going to be special. Bounty, where we're going to. And yesterday we got to see this map. Gus is certain equation here. Byron, Bell, fun fact, second most picked brawler yesterday. Obviously a lot of knockout and a lot of bounty in that mix. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw her here today. 10 plays, 60% win rate. At a professional level, you'll take that all day.
I mean, the nest egg is just too good, Kenny. So important to catch out enemy brawlers and give yourself at least 2 stars upon that elimination. Very, very hotly contested. Angelo, going to be taken away first here for SK Gaming. A great pick to start the draft with.
He escapes the ban stage, and he was the 3rd most banned yesterday. I'm curious if this was very intentional. I'm seeing 2 throwers there, so Zeta Division definitely have something in mind, right? You don't throw out a Sprout and a Tick, 2 pretty overall on meta brawlers. They're occasionally picked here, but I think it's because they want to make a certain brawler shine.
Larry and Laurie?
And I'm curious who that is. Yeah, maybe they want that leftover thrower, or maybe they just want a better matchup for themselves. They know something deep down. This had to be very intentional, though.
Yeah, again, I mean, both can outrange Larry and Laurie. The Tick's a problem for Larry in general. Pipe are going to be picked up, so Zeta Division sort themselves out a sharpshooter. And if they're going to pick a specific thrower, it might have to be here, lest SK Gaming sniff out their strategy and take it for themselves.
I think Piper a very safe first selection for their side on this 2-3 turn. You gotta get it right. all you have left at the end is just response to what SK Gaming 2. So they want to start with a solid foundation. They have that long range. They have a dynamic playmaker. They have a great gadget selection, a brawler with a hyper charge. I like what they're doing here. And they're pairing it with Gene, who is traditionally a great Piper counter. They've got the Magic Puffs ability, the Evil Spirits they can send out. That chip damage normally really affects the other side. So I think pairing these two makes a lot of sense practically.
We've seen Gene be pretty terrifying. We've seen Rival also go for a Gene Grey composition that used like a Grey Walking Cane into a Gene Magic Hand to secure a kill. That was one of the most exciting plays of yesterday. But Gene alone, who's been banned a lot through the course of this series, especially on those knockout maps, is always a threat. And the Carl picked up here for SK Gaming. How about some all-in potential for you?
Yeah, I mean, this is aggressive. This isn't a tank, but it's certainly aggressive. They're pairing it with the Gus. Now they've got the bubble. They can apply that to somebody at one ball and make sure that he stays nice and healthy. A tailspin on top of that, and a good scene for them too, especially if he's able to speech on this map. One flying through the air takes a big shot every time. That is so crucial at a professional level.
And SK's confident, despite the Carl being present, does want to be defensive. They do need to look out for the Gene poke damage and the inevitable Magic Hand development. They're going to have to find a way to mitigate that. Maybe they hope the Carl gets hooked. He can obviously get a bubble from that Gus and go in and be terrifyingly strong and have a lot of extra health. And so we go for the Pearl here. It's a safe pick. It's not the most exciting, but again, in these longer rounds, Pearl is an absolute menace.
A lot of poke damage and a very pesky brawler. This is going to be a very annoying composition to deal with if you're SK Gaming. They can constantly put pressure on you. It's going to take a lot here. 2-2 overall in the standings. The margin for error has been reduced to 0, Brawl Nation. One set to decide it all.
Vengeful Spirits here. The gadget pick up for the Gene. There's no potential really. Brawl in outside of the Carl, and clearly Zeta aren't worried about it. Lamp blowout though wouldn't have been shocking either. Gero poked down early. Of course, that blue star already gone to the SK Gaming.
Hovering around this wall, just he also has the shield already ready, so he's got a quick copper available. Now a flush back.
Play that line up and more aggressive than this. Has damage. Now he can step forward. It's up to Zeta Division to figure this out. To get down to super offline, but not in a position where he can commit. Flashing homemade recipe, and now have their outflank.
A lot of action. And down they go. Kills, and the first one pops. Yossi grabs one. Nami trying to get aggressive here. I think this is a little bold. Angelo makes attack. Lana wants more, though. He has a shield applied to him, and they force out a super from Gero, but the ball goes through. Response from Zeta Division.
They get the blue star, but they're still behind by one Kenny. Every Magic Hand has to connect here for Zeta Division. Lenar's the most durable brawler on SK Gaming and will still instantly get blown up if he gets hooked in. It's a little bit dangerous for Lenar there. Novi coming up on that right side, telegraphing a potential all-in here.
Now they're back up against their walls. The Evil Spirit, it does connect to Lana. Zeta Division now with the lead. Hypercharge pops as well, so they can have a quicker escape route. Now it's going to come down to SK Gaming. They have to get aggressive.
And they have to go with the crowd. That's the problem. Even though he's got the super, he cannot dive a Pearl when she has that super available. He will be blown up instantly. SK Gaming trying to find a little bit of poke damage. Lenar has to go in. Hooked in, dive. It's going to be a jump off now. Full commitment, full trust, full force.
The highest pressure situation you could possibly have here in Brawl Stars. These fellas putting everything on the line. What looked bleak for a moment is now SK Gaming on match points.
It doesn't get much closer than that, Kenny. SK Gaming have to breathe a sigh of relief for having got away with that in the first place. The Gene is a problem. It's very scary to deal with Meow. Here's the Vengeful Spirits again. Good poke. Homemade recipe almost claims the blue star.
SK once again backed up to their spawn side. Still the star advantage. They're playing this defensively. They don't have to overdo it. Normally a really aggressive comp, but they're going to be passive aggressive on this one. They're going to look for a mistake from Zeta Division and then strike.
They know they're going to be defensive because of their ability to get that early blue star. But they're giving up a lot of map control. Lenar just steps out in the open. That's the blue star handed over to Zeta.
of Division now with a narrow lead. 1 star, the difference maker. Time dwindling on in both these sides, just trying to charge up utility. Joker pierces a shot through that indestructible wall.
Once more.
Looking to get in position.
Dangerous.
That's over-aggression. Mistake coming out of Joker.
I get it. He saw Meow was low. He knew he had the blue star as well. But an uncharacteristic overheat from the youngster. Here comes Gero now. Hypercharge. Getting a stat boost. Lenar is certainly going to drop here. Nice shield from Joker, but he won't walk away. Still, blue star back to SK. It's a 2-star deficit for the team in blue.
That's important. Even though they're down, blue star matters. Not diving in.
Okay.
They're going for a little positioning here. They have to set themselves up for one final
the
push.
hand.
Crucial miss out of Meow.
Composure now for SK Gaming. They know what they have to do. They need Yoshi super online. And Lenar needs to build one too. They need to be able to full engage here. Or get some ghosts set up for cookie popper activations for the Gus.
Joker now. Shot clock available. 1 kill possibly
go.
away from day number 3. Lenar in position. Yoshi flanks. Now he on the left hand.
Gadget
In.
pops.
Yoshi looking for get him in position. This could be a rewrite of the previous game. It's Lenar chasing him down. And they've done it! SK Gaming! If you want to seize the crown, you have to dethrone the kings. SK Gaming have put the world champions to the sword.
In a moment that defies belief, SK Gaming turn a 2-star deficit into a 1-star lead, and that, folks, is all they need to send last year's world champions home.
What a miraculous final game there. Back-to-back games. Look at this. Came down to the final seconds. Lenar low HP. He dies with 2 seconds left. And 1 single shot from Joker changed the entire game. This game number 2, a repeat. Lenar once again in position. Yoshi with the flank and Joker with a big time shot here. And Lenar scoops up the rest. The kill count actually favoring Zeta Division's side. That is tragic.
And that's how the cookie crumbles. Zeta Division just having a couple of extra stars to be taken from them. In those final moments, Gero consistently great damage over the course of Bounty. But we saw both rounds come down to the very dying seconds. And for a team like SK to be able to orchestrate a comeback of that magnitude within such a small window, that's special. You don't see that every day. In fact, we rarely ever see that at all.
This World Finals has just been unbelievable. Yesterday, best of 3, as it felt like we were going toe-to-toe on this stage with every single team. The 2 seed, the 3 seed, throw it out the window. When you get to this level, every team is just fighting for their lives to the point where a world champion goes down in our quarterfinals. MVP for the people at home, the man that revolves around SK Gaming's entire plan, Lenar.
Had a big job. Playing the Carl on Bounty means that he had to be the one ultimately to choose to decide when to go in. We talked about the win condition. Make sure Yoshi can give him a shield. Send Lenar in. And it's the classic Swiss guy go kill strategy for SK Gaming that pays off in the very end. But none of that would work without Joker in the background, pulling the strings, the mastermind here for SK Gaming. That was a set that ought to be studied. And I'll give you something else for homework, folks. Let's check our bracket and see how things stand as of the end of our first quarterfinal. SK Gaming advanced to take on the winner of Humble and Pioneers, making it to the semi-finals. Something tells me it might just be destiny for this team.
I couldn't help but wince just thinking about the team that's going to have to play SK Gaming next, and it's possibly the number 1 seed in EMEA. Pioneer is going to be a strong opponent for them as well, coming up just a little bit later down the line. And on that lower side of the bracket, still more EMEA action. Reply Totem there, Rival Esports, a surprise team from this tournament. And now Crazy Raccoon, they see Zeta Division out of the way, and I'm sure they're not too upset about it.
Oh, buddy, absolutely. The bottom part of that bracket also promises to tell a compelling story. Coming up next, it's a question of whether this Pioneer squad from North America, the team that looked to be the best in the region for most of the year, can they handle the heat that Humble are bringing? What do you think? Event.brawlstars.com. Head over there, get your predictions in, and get yourself some fantastic in-game loot, including potential hypercharge. You can see how much of a difference those have been making over the course of these games. It's been a pleasure to be in the booth. Mitch Leslie, Kenny Barlow. We're headed to a break. When we come back, it will be Pioneers versus Humble in our second quarterfinal.
The 2024 Brawl Stars World Finals are brought to you by ESL, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Once upon a brawl, a new evil emerged. A handsome young minstrel who once charmed crowds, now fall into darkness, his smile but a shroud. A mischievous feline, known for his cute paws, now a master thief, unlocking chests and doors. A healing guitar and a friendly face, now a flaming skull, kindness gone without a trace. A delicious cookie baker, one of the best. Now a haunted castle, a ghoulish guest. This automaton once served juice. Now with his sword, your head he'll make loose. A knight turned into a nightmare. Nani and Peep now only want to scare. A fairy tale ending? No! A scary tale beginning!
People often ask, how can I do become a world championship winner? What must I do to get abs of steel and fist of fury? The answer? Gimnasio Primo! You will learn to summon strength, summon asteroids, and serve a spicy jalapeno knuckle sandwich to even the strongest of brawlers. Fight with el fuego in your heart. It will not be easy, but as El Primo once said, no pain, no gain, no glory. Gimnasio Primo. It's showtime.
Welcome back to the Brawl Stars World Finals. It is day 2 and the action is already underway with SK Gaming eliminating Zeta Division from the competition just moments ago. But we've got to keep the ball rolling and introduce our next quarterfinalists to the stage. Your first team is currently 1-1 at the Brawl Stars World Finals and making their debut on the main stage all the way from North America. It is Payne, Second Best, and Juan Carlos. They are Pioneers. Their opponents continue to surprise the masses on the main stage, absolutely dominating yesterday. It is Semantic, Lukey, and Boss. They are Humble.
Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship World Finals. What a day it has been so far, Trav. The Brits are back on the desk. We've almost lost our voices from watching that last matchup.
Honestly, that was some of the best gameplay we've seen in a while in the Brawl Stars Championship, and no better place than that for the Brawl Stars World Finals.
Absolutely crazy. Well, we've got to gear up our next matchup. Let's touch first and foremost on Pioneers. A great run for them this year, Travis. It's got to be said, 2 Grand Finals wins, 2 Grand Finals appearances, 2 for 2 for them, and for Juan Carlos for Payne for Second Best, a very, very important day.
I mean, Second Best looked kind of fresh out of bed there, coming in his pyjama bottoms as well, walking onto the stage. Honestly, he's been wearing these all week. I don't know if he's always chronically in bed or what, but you know, he loves his long-range brawlers, and I think that reflects in the Piper. What a player he's genuinely been all year long.
It really has, and it's been great to watch Second develop along the years, and he's certainly earned his place on the world stage. Fantastic to see him now being able to find his place, and certainly, though, must be said, Humble are going to be a fierce opposition. They are the #1 seed in the EMEA region.
And we've just seen how well EMEA can do on the world stage as well. We've got 4 of the 5 teams through to day 2 as well. And this team tops all of them as far as the regular season goes. Semantic, Lukey, and Boss being the Humble roster.
Got to mention as well, Lukey, what a fantastic year it's been for him. Someone that I've really felt was a shining star last year. Came just shy at the LCQ, but certainly this year has been flying, absolutely flying. And you know, it's hard to even recall the fact that it's his first World Finals appearance. I mean, for someone in that position, you know, you've got to give him a lot of credit for how he's been handling himself. For Semantic, this is his 4th World Finals. For Boss, this is his 2nd. So in that regard, less experience, but that boy can play.
Yeah, I mean, how much expectations he had behind him as well, coming into 2023 and 2024 when he turned freshly 16. He's really been living up to those month after month after month. He's been playing so well, and Humble being one of the most consistent teams in the world. And that's kind of the complete opposite, I feel, for Pioneers. Pretty much everybody lining up with Humble here, all 5 of us on the casting decks, and also the viewers at home as well.
I can understand it. It makes a lot of sense for sure, but you know, I've got to say as well, like Semantic being like on the Humble squad is the most, you know, experienced of that squad. Before this World Finals, had only won 8 sets in World Finals. I mean, the 4 that they won yesterday made it 12 in total. That's the 3rd of his entire career of sets won in World Finals. So certainly had to break that curse, and that's brought him to where they are today. For Humble, this is a huge test for them. Pioneers and the North American region, for me, have been just excelling this year to all new heights. And I'm looking forward to seeing what they bring today.
See, the thing is, I think this is consistency from EMEA versus the complete opposite from North America. Pioneers obviously coming in as the #2 seed from NA. First month, they get knocked out first. Second month, they win. Third month, they go back to being knocked out again. And then the next month, they win once more, kind of ending somewhere in the middle in July, 3rd to 4th as well. So it's been a very back and forward year for them. And on the world stage, you need the complete opposite. You need to always be focused. You need to always be bringing your best. And I just hope that's going to be what Humble are doing, Pioneers are doing today, sorry.
And it was funny because Semantic, you know, just hopped into the dressing room before going on the stage and stuff and was chatting to me about how consistent they've been all year long, and that is absolutely true. They've just got the 1 Grand Final wins out of the 4 Grand Finals appearances. So my reservation there was simply that, well, you know, you are and have been so consistent, but you've got to start to tie up those little loose ends along the way, and we're now on the world stage. You've got to secure those end 5th sets.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, 2nd in 3 monthly finals. I'd be pretty happy with that going all year long. But nobody wants to finish 2nd in the Brawl Stars World Finals. You want the top prize. You want the bragging rights and all. Also that beautiful belt behind us on the stage as well. We're going to be starting things off then in Bridge Too Far. Humble versus Pioneers. We're kicking things off in Heist, and a pretty overwhelming prediction from the public going Humble's way.
71%. We were all united here on the talent side also, putting a lot of faith, it must be said, in the side of Humble, but we can't forget the fact that Pioneers have just been so fearful on the battlefield. They look really, really good, in my opinion. For Heist then, Bridge Too Far, and a draft coming in, the bands being the Piper, the Mo, and the Kenji on the side of Humble. For Pioneers, the Lola, the Chuck, and the Melody. Definitely a nice thing to see the Melody taken out of the mix there. The Mo also, and the Kenji, I think for good reason. A first pick of Angelo. I hate this brawler on this map. It's just a nightmare to deal with. So the fact that that has slipped through is definitely a worrisome thing, followed up by the Amber of Pioneers, which we saw a little bit yesterday on this very place, but it's really kind of bringing the goods.
I'm so glad you expanded on hating Angelo, because I was like, what do you mean you hate Angelo? He's probably one of the best brawlers on the map. But yeah, it is extremely annoying. That, however, is not something I would have expected to see on a Bridge Too Far. Kit, what is he thinking?
NA, bro, NA. I mean, it's really quite a worrisome thing looking at a Kit, especially on a mode like Heist. It's definitely, you know, not what I would expect to see, but something which could spiral out of control with the right combinations, and they could be thinking Frank. That's all I'm saying. It's definitely one of those brawlers which comes up a lot in North America. That is definitely a boss brawler if I ever saw one. He is dangerous, absolutely dangerous on the Colt, and that was another one left wide open. You can just shred through that safe with a Colt if left uncontested. The damage gear rolling in on top of that as well. It really, really can go from bad to worse. I think that Pioneers have got to be playing a very cautious defense. survive with the 8-bit. I mean, that's a recipe for disaster here, Trav.
Honestly, I was thinking Colette, right? You see a kit on the other side and you kind of like, okay, they're probably going to go a tank. You even mentioned the Frank, which is just absolutely out of the ordinary. We probably would have never seen it in competitive Brawl Stars before. So therefore you can like, okay, they're probably going to go a tank. We'll take the Colette and, you know, kind of shred through it. It's good on the map, good on ice as well. So we'll see what Pioneers do choose to bring in, whether or not they're going to just pivot off something completely different and just play something a bit more long range, which they are going to do. And I do have to question this Pioneers comp. Humble, it's normal. I love that.
Ich hoffe, du bist in Stimmung für Laser und Rache. Es ist Zeit, den Sturm zu bekämpfen.
Second best on that belt, and for me, one of the finest bell players in North America. He is just such an incredible sharpshooter. I just kind of have to question the kit somewhat. Did that change the course of the action along the way when they saw what Humble brought to the table? Because it just doesn't really feel to me like it has too much synergy. You can absolutely swap between the lanes and provide a bit of support wherever it needs to be, but I don't know, it's probably my least favorite brawler to be seen in this draft.
Yeah, well, instantly invising straight down the mid. Lukey going to be starting off with a few missed shots against him there, but eventually Juan Carlos will come out of that cardboard box and become visible once more. Boss going to pick up this left-hand side against second best quite early on and should be adding some decent damage to the safe to kick off this match.
Halo as well as Juan Carlos and immediately Humble have got a huge advantage. It's a three-man squad pushing through to mid, just second best now as the only Pioneers player still alive. Hayno coming back into the mid and already being tapped up as Lukey's been quite accurate there with the help of the damage booster. Nice gadget away as well, out of the arms there of Juan Carlos. Semantic's creeping forwards as well. That poison's going to trickle down Juan Carlos, and look at this, more than 50% damage already dealt to the safe by Humble.
I mean, Boss trips a nest egg and still absolutely devours the safe. Pioneers haven't had a look in. Semantic beaming it down, bot in there as well. Juan Carlos looks like he's pretty much giving up. He hasn't had a look in. Pretty sure he's got 0 damage in this game. And Humble destroy Pioneers in the entry game.
I know second best is wearing his pajamas, but they need to wake up on the side of Pioneers. That was an incredibly fast game. I mean, we're talking a minute. And Humble have got a comp which can just tear through things like that. You've got to clear up your lanes. You've got to slow the pace. Having those kind of base race ideas for Humble is exactly what they want in their strategy, and you've got to slow it down.
Well, double right-hand side. I much prefer this strategy as well. Juan Carlos has kind of gone under the radar so far in the bush, but it seems Semantic might be scouting out, trying to get a feel of where he is. And Lukey going to be able to join him over this side thanks to the ability that Angela provides. Almost takes him down, and Boss doing a great job here. Jump once again from Lukey. The countermeasures are there, and it's all Humble once more.
Juan Carlos there, just a sitting duck effectively here. Lukey trying to find a second inversion. Lukey comes out on top, gets the super forward as well, gets some quick kills popping there. The nest egg is going to help out considerably to allow Boss to now come through that left-hand side, and Semantic is a rock on that right-hand side. That additional movement as well with the back of the star power really enabling him to be able to juke a lot of those shots.
Well, the bell bounces off the 8-bit turret, will clean up this mid and give Kane a bit of a pathway through. So far, not really taking advantage of this kind of control they've managed to gain. The double right-hand side with Colt there as well, looking at Juan Carlos there, but for how long? Delaying the inevitable, and this damage starts destroying the Pioneers safe.
As a kid, you just can't jump on a player with all 3 members ready for the pickup, and that's why Humble are just staying firm on the right. Boss, Semantic, Lukey, all 3 members going into the safe and getting the set in spectacular fashion. That was a walkover trap.
What do I even say to that? What do I say about that set? I think it's pretty self-explanatory, to be honest. They didn't even get a look in. Pioneers had about 3% damage on the safe. I'm ready to see a Juan Carlos 0 DPS, to be honest with you.
Stats are not going to be kind. I can say that for sure. Semantic came into the dressing room and said, "We're going to lose today." Well, that was not a losing mentality there, for sure. That was just honestly extreme. I don't know whether Pioneers maybe just felt that they had a winning draft or whether they had a trick up their sleeve, but certainly it is, oh my word. 0 and 0 Pain and Juan Carlos, 11 DPS for Juan as well. Pain is 104, I mean, that's abysmal. You got to say it how it is, Lodes.
What was that? Only 1 hit across the entire game. Like 11 DPS and 0 kills. Yeah, he's playing kit, come on. Try something different, jump on someone back. He hasn't even landed a super. Really disappointing from Pioneers. I mean, you can't be getting defeated like that. Their mentality's going to be wavering. They're going to be all over the place.
I think honestly that's probably like the lowest stats I think I've ever seen.
Hier drüben! Hilfe!
Yeah, really disappointing stuff, and Pioneers can do better. I know, I've seen them all year long. They are a fantastic team. I'm not sure whether it's nerves or whether the draft just didn't really
Kaum
go
zu
their way.
glauben! Du bist der
to fix it, really. You've got to come in more prepared than that.
Well, we had confirmation the kit did in fact get 0 shots in the first game. So I think we know where to place the blade to start with. But some reparations are still available. They've got a few more sets until they're going to be completely wiped out the competition. And they're going to have to make a change. We're heading on to Sneakfields in Raw Ball. And if he gets that kind of 1 DPS again, I'd be worried about it.
I said going against my least favorite brawler, but I kind of expected a kill. Just one, maybe, would be nice. Wow, Sneakfields, the draft, and the bans already in. The Max, the Frank, and the Sandy for Humble. And at first, only dropped for Search, which I really love. It's very versatile to have, and a great tank counter also. The Rico, the Sandy, and the Motor banned by Pioneers. They like to bring in their tanks on this map, so I like the flank ban for that very reason. Solid stuff on their front as well. Yeah, what a surprise.
Putting it out there, obvious it's going to be better. But then again, Humble have the surge, that Kenji, they can add a Dowel or something like that. And Pioneers are accounting for that exact eventuality. They know tanks are one of the only answers to Kenji. So they add the tanks, they're going to be able to get a lot of levels on those tanks. The actual question now is directly into it and take them down.
Such a great round for me, honestly, going into that Kenji. And the class is a nice pairing, to be fair, on the side of Pioneers, but certainly World Wars, we know. The amount of opportunity that Gale brings to the table, the twist on the ball to really stick you out of a really sticky situation. Down some of his lane side, exactly that. I mean, it makes perfect sense. I think Humble are reading this one like a book.
Yeah, you're reading it as well, too. That's a fight now.
Is that compliment from you?
Honestly,
holy!
That shows how impressed I am. That shows how impressed I am. Rare to get a compliment on me, especially you.
It's a special occasion,
It really is. Got to bring them out for the World Finals. Humble have their last pick now in 15 seconds to select something. And honestly, I wouldn't mind down with the tank counter or taking a tank of their own, being able to add on the 2 rolls. But they're going to go with the Stu. Use that ability, get away from the Kenji.
Yeah, Stu, especially in those overtime scenarios, you're going to be able to really just get a nice line-up shots, boxes fall down. And against some meteor brawlers like the Kenji, dash away with high speed, so potential back-to-back gashes also. Or the breakthrough as well. On a map like Sticky Fields, that can go a long way too. Third and final pick now coming in for Pioneers. It's going to be a good one. A little bit of range. Nice. Charlie now for a while. I was claiming that one being an easy. Certainly not Charlie. I probably wish I wanted to we didn't see kind of like once in the finals. Charlie's really similar this year's World Finals, but for very different reasons.
I wish we didn't see it in this year's World Finals, to be honest with you. It's just so odd to me. The draft that Pioneers are bringing out, it's like they're trying to make a random draft pick to their opponent's side. But they call it worse than one of the definitely favourites to win this one, as the viewer said, as a collective on the casting desk. But it seems like they're just throwing stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks. And the World Finals is not the time for that.
Landed there, sent some blood, looking very confident in himself. Challenge as well. He's looking great, isn't he? He's putting a lot of work in, and also when you look through his history, he's had it rough in the years going by. And in 2022 in Paris, he was reverse swept by STMN, not making last year's World Finals, and then coming back this year, coming back as strong as he has. I think that we don't sing his praises being because he is that kind of person that keeps himself a little bit in the background, very quiet and a very well-mannered individual. And it's just great to see him bring out some of those really aggressive brawlers this year, tapping with those cold picks and brawlers, and just a very aggressive and all-rounded player.
Yeah, well, we're going to see if Pioneers are going to be able to even out the score and bring it back to 1-1. A very disappointing initial set from them against this to be walking over them, to be completely dominant.
Ziel erfasst. Platziere den Atlas auf dem Ziel, wenn du soweit bist. Bonus-Herausforderung jetzt verfügbar. Gute Arbeit. Leg Blue Glow in den Atlas ein. Missionskontrolle öffnen, wenn du bereit bist zu beginnen.
This is a set that Pioneers can maybe not afford to lose. Giving so much of an advantage to Hubble would definitely be a mistake. The second one already going immediately in there. Once the Mantic goes in for the nice slice and dice. Semantic gets the final say. The takedown is there. Good defense. Pain, Punkhound are pretty weak there on the left and right hand sides.
It gets them all the way back to Storm, but it's really just nothing for the team as they have zero control. Semantic's going to break some walls, get that grass opened up a little bit more, and make it a lot harder for Second Best to really show his worth. Lukey with a knockback, not going to have that strong blow. Slows being in as well. Pancor solo on his left-hand side, yet to get a level. Lukey moving forwards, might be able to get a super here and knock them all the way back. Twister plays down, then Payton getting out this locked position in Spawn. And all-out control once more from Humble. They know they don't need to overextend to this goal. It's like such a phenomenal spot.
I like that from Payne being very reserveful there of Cocoon to ensure that he didn't waste it. It's going to be good to have on defense now. Nice from them. Oh, wonderful on from Bosses there as well. Danger here for Pioneers as Humble pushing forwards. It's just Second Best now. That Twister was perfectly placed by Lukey. A simple super shot with a bit of miscommunication, but I think it would have been better to maybe do exactly what they did in all honesty. I think that Payne coming in there would have been able to shut that down regardless. And Boss there coming back, I don't mind it.
Yeah, at least it's a wonderful on super trade. You know, Lukey might have used the super to back the ball forward, but Payne threw out that Cocoon. Oh, he was very scared that that was going to be a goal. Boss going to get his super again and the hyper charge along the way. Pancor trying to defend his ball in the corner. Payne in the goal mouth, just getting slow, beaten down until Humble can get an opening. And at the moment, it's going to present itself pretty soon.
I like this from Humble. They're just keeping things consistent and keeping the pressure on Pioneers, not going in too aggressive too early, trying to feed as much pain as he's probably the best person to have on that defense. Eradicated now. Super pass from Semantic, and Lukey will be the one to score it and place Humble on the map in Brawl.
Well, Hypercharge ready to roll for Boss still, and Lukey has the super and his as well. Now they go in. A lot of damage going to come down from that. Payne uses his to get him in extra mobility. Lukey going to be landing directly where Second Best is as well. I mean, guys, we need to see something past one. I mean, that was a very bad communication there, but still might be able to walk it. Definitely should have been a goal for Humble. But with 20 seconds on the clock, no need for that overextension.
I don't mind this from Humble. They're just whittling down Pioneers and just almost rubbing the salt in the wound. And as time trickles down, it really is Pioneers who've got to make the move. This Second Best is not an unusual thing to see in this circumstance, though. I kind of feel like it's necessary because Humble are really starting to run away with this. They're making it look far too easy on the world stage.
This is 2 sets in a row. We haven't seen them get out their own half of the map, pretty much.
Yeah.
Locked down from Humble, and Pioneers can just stand and watch and come out of Spawn time and time again. It's such a disappointing performance from Pioneers so far. We need to question when they're going to wake up, when something's going to happen. Payne on this pick, or the Charlie on the left-hand side really can do too much more.
Certainly with experience on that side of things, you know, it's Second Best's first land, you know, it's Payne and Punkhound's second World Finals. It's definitely going to be taking its toll, but I just kind of felt like as number 2 seed of North America that you'd show a bit more resolve in this. But so far, it's all about Humble looking to just pass Semantic and just get that gassy hill along the way as well to stay in position as that Stu. Payne searching the left, but no one's there right now. And now Seki going to the right-hand side. Falls straight into the arms of Lukey and Boss. And this ball again is such an aggressive spot. It's still an open door relatively here for Humble to walk through whenever they feel like it.
I mean, it's a 3v1 every time someone comes out of that Pioneer spawn. Eventually, they're going to wait for all 3 of them to come back in and have a bit of a say in a 3v3 fight here. But Semantic going to go for the dashes in. Second Best trying to follow and gets the gadget heal as well, slicing through this mid. But Lukey will be there when he lands. Crystal was placed as a kind of insurance as well. But Payne moving forward towards the Cocoon, trying to get the kill on Lukey, and still nobody will secure that kill. 3 people tried, and he still lives.
Again, just taking their time, just getting the resources up. Boss is pretty low stacks there on that surge pick as well, so he needs to try to level things up. Pancor just inching towards the ball there, not looking just yet. Obviously gadget as well, but it's got to make the shots to be able to get his stacks higher. Now Luke goes straight in, sees the opportunity, hypercharge there, slams second to the wall, and should be able to walk it in. Humble do it and get another goal.
I mean, they're not taking risks. They're just waiting until all 3 members of Pioneers are dead and taking the free goal every single time. Second Best trying to make a move down this right-hand side now. Getting towards Lukey. Eventually we're starting to see something from Pioneers here. Second Best goes for the dash, baits out
Das ist genug, Blue Glow.
Super, but no opening as Boss
Du
covers the goal.
schaffst es, Kommandant.
Payne 1 shot and he's going to fall as well. 40 seconds on the clock, and what hope the Pioneers have.
It's probably the best opportunity that we've seen from Pioneers all day long so far. And at the moment, Humble have got all the control with 30 seconds left on the clock. Boss there pops a nice hypercharge, really just keeping everything in check. And Humble just going to keep that ball in that pocket. Why wouldn't they? It's Pioneers that have got to make the move, and they just keep stumbling down. Every attempt to even leave the goal face is doomed.
Shots from Boss follow up, and second best trying to make a break for it. Gadget and Bull. I mean, Hypercharge comes in from Pain, but it's still nothing. No kills coming in from Pioneers. Humble on lockdown. And now, one set away from the semi-finals of World Finals in 2024.
You can hear the crowd roar behind Humble as they've been flawless so far. It's hard to believe that they can't go all the way, but we've seen some crazy turnarounds in the BSC, and this is the World Finals. What better time to see something from Pioneers, but it's very difficult to feel it, to get behind it from what we've seen so far. It just doesn't feel like the chemistry is there. It doesn't feel like there's much really going on with the squad. Maybe the communication is on an all-time low. The pressure is definitely getting. Feels like there's no nice.
That's what? 4 kills in 2 sets of Brawl Stars for Pioneers. Humble double that with just Semantic in this set. Add 12 from Lukey, add 13 from Boss. And this is squaring up to be a complete sweep by Humble.
There, pretty much collectively got 4 kills. We tend to see it best of 5 goes all the way. I mean, just a slaughter. It is what it is. Humble have never looked so good, or have Pioneers ever looked this bad. It's pretty kind of hard to say it for the moment in time. It's really quite astounding.
I think it's a bit of both. Humble are looking really good. It's phenomenal. The gameplay's phenomenal. They're playing as a team, and it's the complete mirror for Pioneers. Their drafts aren't good. They're not playing as a team. And this is shaping up to be one of the most dominant sweeps we've ever seen in the World Finals. Or in Brawl Stars.
I thought you nailed it until you said the second bit, and then I realised it was like, it's what it is, you know. But Pioneers, maybe bring something out of the bag. I like to believe that they've got the skills to be able to do so. It's just the drafts that are just not really working for them. But, you know, Philip behind him, and he's a fantastic coach and drafter. That's a big right every single time. So it's really kind of hard for me to say. I just feel like maybe I don't really. Then I say first set. It's pretty close.
I want to see them get a good draft and put up a fight against Humble. So then we will see if it is the Lord or if it is that draft. So far, it's not the draft to be. Maybe the best player part of the Frank no back I mean, Ruff's first pick.
Stable diet in North America, isn't it, really? I mean, there's a reason why Humble keep banning the fight as well, because they know the hand line is so deadly. But, I mean, I don't necessarily mind the Rust, but I think it's kind of meta. There's better kind of ideas. There's first pick, it's a bit more my favour. I think it's that kind of similar idea that they're trying to collect all the time, which is a bit more versatile, provides something rebuff over time with their teammates. I mean, in this kind of meta, I would prefer to see Current Surge coming through. Rico coming in for Humble. Is my favourite brawler on this map, has always been a lot of the time banned for good reason as well. That lane inside, the mids, the over here, Humble. I like Sandy pick here myself, to be completely honest, but plenty of other options as well available to Gus. Yeah, I like that as well, coming in there. Good range, and we know what that shield can do with 35 potential to divide that rush.
One of the best lanes picked up by Humble. Possibly the best mid now picked up after Pipe has been banned, after Penny's been banned. It kind of leaves a bit of a gaping hole in the mid, and that's something that Gus can fill pretty flawlessly. Gus, on the side of Pioneers, it just looks like a worse version of Rico to me in this map. That's all I can say about it. They do have this second pick, and they will follow with a third shortly after that. They need a mid still. There's a little bit of doubt. I don't mind that. They've got this record. It's something that North yesterday.
Great potential as well along the way, but certainly Pioneers need to go back to their winning ways. Get that energy rolling in. Ryan Carlos, get that control coming in from the mid. That gem carry that Second has been so consistently doing. And every mode is that's kind of thing along the way. That's something that can comes in. If there's Daryl in the drop, to the side lane, there for that. So they've got to be cautious. still so strong to non-tank brawlers. Just a bit of a risk to get it up to that max stack level, but once you have, just run over your opposition fast.
Yeah, seems like we're quite a lot of lane swaps here on Hard Online. Pioneer's best trap yet. What a time to put this out of the bag. 3 in a row. We have to turn this back and make it to the semi-final for only one set. And victory.
No one wants to see a sweep on the world stage, not on day 2 of the Brawl Stars World Finals. And in we go. The pressure certainly mounting the Pioneers. That Stead Trap, a drop, is our favourite so far here from them today. Let's see what they can make of it. Lukey already taking an affirming role in the mid. 3 gems to his name. Good. Kooky Popper there onto Pain as well. Really keeps him low for longer. 4 gems now. Sandbags from Juan Carlos are already shredded very quickly by Boss. Semantic is already stacking up things and just eradicates the down there. Juan Carlos right hand side.
I mean, look how close he is to level 3 already. He's getting shots. He's getting so many shots against the down. Attempting to swap the down. Short match to how each side he goes. Brick coming in on the left-hand side from Juan Carlos. And Pain yet to see the light of day in terms of the gem spawner. Now we eventually see this rotation over the left-hand side from second best, but he meets Gus and Nico on that side. The shield being provided to Boss now as well. Ready to fight off.
Humble have had a great opportunity in the mid to keep this control going as well. Semantic already getting some good value off the Daryl was now second, rolling in, fires there, the nice little supply along the way, and gets down Boss. This is the kind of thing we can see more of here for Pioneers, but the gems are not being gathered in the mid. 1 more over to Humble, and only 1 more away from the countdown. If we get a magic hand to Lukey, that's the best they can hope for.
Nur noch 30 Sekunden.
Here's some big taps. That gem there in the middle. Humble are not rushing towards him. The second is being a menace in this ball.
Situation now for Humble locked and spawn with a magic hand waiting for them. Jackson has almost at level 3 once and rotates to that right side on his gear and Pain stops that. Second best in the back push. Now the hype charge. So many bounces, big stuff. That's the magic push, the magic hand use. Second best should push down here. Well, although one gem for them will secure it.
Bonus-Herausforderung erfolgreich. Gute Arbeit, Team.
Second's coming in now, has got support network behind him, but got to go on the aggressive. There's not enough time from the mid here. Second's low here as well. Pain needs to land the magic hand, and everyone from Humble is just too far away. The pressure is getting to Pioneers. It's going to be a match point for Humble.
Something needs to change. They need 3 sets straight, and they can't get a look in. What a start that was from Humble in Hard Rock Mine. 8 gems before Pioneers even saw the gem spawner. Heading into game 2, it's now match point for Humble. Pioneers staring down the barrel. Something needs to change.
It is now or never for Pioneers. Their year's work depends on these games, and they could be going home packing unless something happens here. Humble already. Some nice takedowns on the side of Pioneers and a break there of the mid from Juan Carlos on the back foot for the first time so far, but Semantic pushing forwards there. The accuracy onto Pain. Second there, uses the opportunity to go in there onto Lukey, getting a lot of value for his time. A nice gadget as well with the tar barrel, but now they're recouping themselves on the side of Humble. Pain has got the magic hand early this time as well. Connects it to Semantic, gets the support from second. Nice stuff. Pioneers starting to make some things work.
Much better from Pioneers off the start. Second best rolls on in, getting the heals from Pain as well through this mid. Vengeful Spirits used yet again, and that's going to be his last one of this game. Over the right-hand side, we see a bit of a trade between both the brawlers over there. Semantic yet to get to a level 2, but eventually getting quite close. Lukey, 5 gems in hand, does take the lead for Humble, but it seems to be all Pioneers so far. Second best round the flank, gets a knockback from the Gus shield. Good use of that from Lukey. Now the pinch starts to come in, and we might see Humble break out.
The second's been feeding really quite heavily into Semantic. Now the high charge from Pain connects to Lukey, and Juan Carlos is there. The gems with Pioneers, but a nice reset there from Semantic. And it's not over just yet. They're sitting there, second just hovering, going to be going into his pocket. Not ideal, but when you're on countdown, it doesn't matter. Pioneers are doing work, but can Humble get a reset?
Semantic bringing Juan Carlos low. No more sandbags available, and second best pinned in the top portion of the map. Nowhere to run now, and the 3 members from Humble closing down. Roll goes in, but Paint's gonna fall down. Semantic has the super, down goes Juan Carlos, and they have the count on the blue side. Second best goes low thanks to the Kooky Popper, and he falls too. Humble running away with it.
7 seconds remain, and for the Pioneers, it could be all over. There's a magic hand, but the HP is not going to be there. It doesn't connect, and the shield is perfect from Lukey, and Hubble proceed to the semi-finals.
Disappointment for NA, but an all EMEA semi-finals is lined up for tomorrow as Humble decimate Pioneers.
A guaranteed EMEA placement in the grand finals has just been set. Devastation for Pioneers, who just could not find any kind of momentum on the field in the drafts. It's going to be a tough one to look back on, but you can't take a single thing away from Hubble. They didn't miss a trick. Drafts were perfect, gameplay was spot on, and Hubble looking like a real favorite in this competition.
Taking the words right out of my mouth. If Humble play like this, if they draft like this, they might be my favorite to win it all at this point. That was perfection from them, but disappointment for Pioneers. What a year they have had in the NA region, coming in as the #2 seed, back and forward from late exits to big monthly final wins, but their year in 2024 ends in the quarters.
The scariest part for me is that I don't really feel like Humble felt tested at all. I feel like, Pioneers could have been given everything they had and it would still have looked the same. See the stats, again, Semantic just mirroring second best the entire way through. Makes a lot of sense why he was on the highest of the takedowns there as well. But Boss and Lukey just always there for the support. And the whole squad, the synergy of everyone working in harmony, it's really very, very scary.
Very scary prospect for those looking on, and especially SK Gaming. They come off the back of a huge win against Zeta Vision to now have to look at this Humble roster as their matchup for tomorrow. Semantic, a well-earned MVP for the game against Pioneers, and what gameplay he brought to the table. So much composure from the team in general. Just played to perfection.
Crazy, absolutely crazy. I was expecting some fireworks in that matchup, but I'll be honest, I didn't expect it to be nearly as one-sided. For Humble, they are going to the semi-finals and they are looking like one of the scariest contenders, but we've still got plenty more still to come, and that's the thing. We're shaping things up, but we're not done yet, not by a long shot.
Yeah, a lot more to go through today and tomorrow as well. Still, another 2 quarterfinals to play out today, and they're both setting up to be bangers as well, but this one did end with a 3-0 to Humble. And I am scared for what they're going to be able to bring from this point onwards. Let's refresh our minds, look at the bracket. The top portion of it has been completed for today, as SK Gaming took down Zeta Division with such a close 3-2 win to move on and play against Humble, who have just absolutely swept Pioneers off the table. Crazy Raccoon versus Elevate will be the game up next, and then we round out today with Reply Totem versus Rival Esports.
Elevate, the last standing North American team. The pressure that must be on their shoulders there. They were #2 in their group yesterday in Group A, but after watching that, they've got to be feeling a lot more pressure added to the mix. Their entire region now just resting on everything which they do. They've got one of the toughest competitors in this tournament. I would not like to be there.
NA looking on in horror, I'm sure, at that matchup against Crazy Raccoon, and obviously against Humble, two of the toughest opponents they could have drawn for day #2 of the 4 Stars World Finals, and they drew both of them. Really disappointing stuff for the NA region, but let's not count Elevate out, because that is going to be one great matchup.
And as well, for Reply Totem, there's a good possibility if they play it like they were playing yesterday, that they might also be in a position of landing themselves into the semis too. We might have 3 EMEA teams there. Who knows? I feel like Rival have really impressed me, especially a lot of the talent in the dressing room also. That match is still very much a 50-50 for me. This was the one that I thought would be a lot closer than it was between Humble and Pioneers. I just didn't expect that we would see a sweep here today, but again, this is the World Finals. Anything is possible.
Yeah, I started the day off with a tear going down my face, as my cast predictions did not start well. I went to say, let's get it today.
Not just smooth sailings today, my turn, but smooth sailings yesterday. 100% accuracy with us, which is a shame because being the predictions master that you are, I kind of expected a bit more.
I'm gonna have to pull out some bold picks tomorrow to catch up. I'd say, like, because I can't catch up today. I'm gonna have to go for the complete opposite of what's expected and cross my fingers. It's definitely disappointing not to see them go into the finals because they are the world champions at the current moment until we crown a champion this weekend. So very disappointed to see them go out early on, but SK Gaming with a very deserving semi-finals entry.
I mean, that first match, honestly, like, was just one of the most thrilling that I've seen on a world stage. I mean, we were watching it from the sidelines, screaming our lungs out, and we just couldn't believe the fact that the turnarounds were even going to be possible on the side of SK Gaming, you know, toppling the current reigning champions. It's just not something that you necessarily expect to see when you wake up in the morning. Crazy, crazy things are occurring here, and it's one of my favorite world finals so far, honestly. You just can't fault it.
I mean, not to sound like a bit of a biased caster in terms of regions, but EU are looking good. EU are looking very, very good, I will say. And, you know, I'm not going to say I don't like to see it because I love seeing my home region do well.
Don't jinx it.
And also I get to, you know, laugh a little bit at Kenny and Reddy in the background and Uber as well after casting this region all year long. But they might get a bit of a bite back with Elevate versus Fraser Raccoon next. And honestly, I wouldn't mind seeing it.
Yeah, no, I really feel like, you know, I said from the beginning that Elevate are that kind of team, which, you know, could really stumble in that first day or just struggle going to the second, but that's because this is their first world finals for the majority of them. It's just one of those things where you've got to be able to pace yourself, and they've been doing that pretty well. But it's crazy Raccoon Trap. I mean, you know, they've got the most experience by far in this matchup. I mean, we've had one immense upset today. Are we open for a second?
Yeah, I mean, like, genuinely all of the games throughout today are going to be so good, and that's the thing. Crazy Raccoon being, you know, previous world champions on their roster and a two-time champion Tensai as well really makes me scared for what is to come next. But obviously, we do have still 2 more matchups today. A little bit later down the line, we have that Totem versus Rival Esports matchup as well, and we've touched a little bit on how well we think Rival are going to do in that matchup. Personally, I think they are going to drop down to the power of EMEA once more and Reply Totem take that victory.
Well, we shall have to wait and see. Our next matchup will be Crazy Raccoon versus Elevate, the last remaining hope of North American dreams. We're going to be right back after a very short break, but you don't want to go anywhere.
The 2024 Brawl Stars World Finals are brought to you by ESL, Monster Energy, and DHL.
It's funny. They call us heroes. They say everything is back to normal. But they don't know how much we sacrifice to keep it that way. Some things never change. Well, maybe they do.
Welcome back, folks, to the Brawl Stars World Finals for 2024. We are still cleaning the remains of Pioneers from the stage. An absolute bloodbath we saw in that second semi-final. We're also sitting aside to take to semi-final number 3. Crazy Raccoon versus the last home of North America is going to be Elevate on the other side of that matchup. Who, ready, had to fight their way through that Group A with SK Gaming in the mix to get here to day 2.
It was brutal, but they did make it set number 1 in that series. Totally changed the tone that we were expecting out here from Elevate. Their first ever LAN as a team, and only one player on their roster that had been at LAN before. And at those LANs, well, he didn't take a single set. Yeah, and now at the World Finals on the biggest stage, in fact, on the big stage in that game, managed to take a set. So real scrappy one. Didn't take it in the end, but managed to scrape through that group stage.
Yeah, really close Group A in general for Elevate. Even though they dropped a set to Foot Esports, and I was concerned about whether they would be a team that could even emerge from that Group A. On the other side of this matchup, yeah, it's Group C. The Group of Death produced a bloody, beaten, but still alive Crazy Raccoon, who have emerged, perhaps to reclaim what was once theirs, as Tensai eyes off a 3rd world champion. And Crazy Raccoon look at the bottom half of this bracket and lick their lips in anticipation.
Bloody and beaten is absolutely true, but we have to consider that these guys emerged with a 2-0 scoreline. Every single match in that group went to a 2-1 series. Luminosity, they fought for their lives but could not make it to this stage. So Crazy Raccoon, what do they get as a reward for making a perfect 2-0 advancement onto the quarterfinals? They have to face number 1 from North America.
Yes. It doesn't get any easier. A trans-Pacific battle between Apex number 1 and North America's Golden Child. We're going to head down to Banks to get this one rolling.
Thank you so much, Uber. 2 teams have already been sent packing as our best of 5 show us who came prepared for the main stage. And of course, there is still more to come, namely our next quarter final. First up, a team that is looking to make a huge upset here on the main stage. It's Zeus, RBM, and Luffy. They are Elevate. Their opponent, a team that honestly needs no introduction. Previous world champions yet to lose on the main stage. Tensai, Shitampo, and Moya. They are Crazy Raccoon!
Now, this might be the first year in many years that a team called Zeta Division will not be winning the World Finals, but the previous bearers of the name are still very much in their prime. It's Crazy Raccoon here ready to throw down. And on the other side, Elevate are a relatively less tested quantity, a lot less LAN experience like we talked about here. They're a team, though, that has found a lot of success from some really great drafting.
That is really their specialty here, is they cook on these drafts. Zeus, RBM, Luffy, they are simply the instruments that are used by Killer to orchestrate all of this draft business. Let's talk about Luffy, though. I would argue one of the more mechanically skilled players on this roster, and yet I don't think he gets enough credit. I think RBM tends to steal the show for his tank play, but we see Luffy cook on brawlers, especially Rico. If he ever makes it through that draft, you got to keep a close eye on him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a team in Elevate who made great use of Luffy on the Kenji, especially to craft some very aggressive strategies that really worked around setting that nasty assassin brawler up for success. Elevate, I think in their game against Foot Esports, that they let Frank through the draft, and I think they allow Kenji to be picked by their opponents. So they end up losing that first set of the series. We're all starting to worry about the fates of NA's #1 team, but they recover quite nicely. Crazy Raccoon have also had their fair share of scrappy games in the lead up to this match.
Crazy Raccoon, they have not made it easy on themselves, because I would say the typical shortcoming of Crazy Raccoon is that they struggle with some of these drafts. But to account for that, they have the best mechanics on the globe. Tensai being world-renowned for his skill over here, especially on his favorite brawler, Max.
Absolutely. When, you know, Max is available to be picked up, we often see Crazy Raccoon prioritize it. They're a team that loved a lot of Carl, love to use Meg, even the Gene and those Gene-Max pairings. This is a team, though, who have really lent more on their individual skill. The mechanical prowess of this team has definitely been one of their hallmarks, and sometimes the drafting is left a little to be desired.
And I think that's deliberate. I think that they really think that they deserve to win if they can mechanically best their opponents. They've always sort of had this mentality, and that is why they have gained this reputation. They've invested all of their skill points into just mechanics. They are going to win this lane by dodges, by not getting hit, especially.
And again, we've seen that prowess showcased time after time. But the game is changing. Brawl Stars is becoming a little bit more about the draft as the roster of brawlers continues to expand. You all at home at event.brawlstars.com, many of you getting behind Crazy Raccoon. I believe all us casters are also on your side. This should be a game in which the APAC #1 seed could claim a spot in the semifinals.
If Crazy Raccoon had things their way, they would like to play this with 3 lanes. But there's one critical issue here on Canal Grand, which is that there are really only 2 lanes unless you play something that can float over the water. And Crazy Raccoon have already eliminated one of those key options, Angelo, not even in the consideration as a first selection out here for Elevate. We're going to be picking up that Mo.
Mo available, and you better believe it's going to be an early pickup for either of these teams. Crazy Raccoon also, we've seen Shtitampa pick that up on occasion. RT, going to be the pick from Crazy Raccoon. And note, Elevate has banned Tick and Larry and Laurie out. They are a team that likes to go for more of that tank play, not so much the throwers. Here's the Gene we mentioned earlier for Crazy Raccoon, a classic signature approach for them so far.
Should be able to deal with any throwers that are selected over here. Also going to be gradually farming up that super, especially if it's a lot of hits, and get a hypercharge out here. Block.
poke damage sticks around a lot longer.
Once they conceded that mid area, that's when they started to seriously suffer. Once again, though, starting off just a new start. Elevate already in the lead. They have possession of mid. Tenside's going to try a different creative wave, getting around the left side, chaining up some of these shots, but no kill.
Moya steps up, knows one direct hit would have ended Luffy, but he's able to just crawl away. Now, Crazy Raccoon have bush control here. You might see Elevate opt to split the map, but they want to keep Carl within attacking range, and a rocket rain's going to break a lot of those bushes.
Zeus doesn't mind breaking open some of these walls. That can be a critical position for Elevate to control, because Crazy Raccoon had possession, even if it was for such a short duration. They're occupying this right side and leading by 3 stars at the moment. They're in a very safe position, but once they let Crazy Raccoon take control of mid, that's once again where Tensai on the sweep is going to become a massive issue.
Zeus backing up a little bit more now. Luffy playing cagely. Does have that tailspin at the ready. Carl has everything he needs to go in and dive, but against the squeak, that could be a dangerous proposition. RBM goes in. Chitapo disintegrates. RBM only able to find the one, but Luffy and Zeus follow it up, and Moya limps away.
Still got that super well, so it's not he does have a way of escaping from the season block to the right side. Just prevented that Tensai from getting one all over again. It's White go on the left side. Pull from Moya, but Elevate still lead.
They're giving up the map, though. Elevate getting back toward this corner. Tensai now starting to posture a little more aggressively. RBM avoids most of this poke damage, but Zeus needs to be careful. He's marked up. Luffy wants to go in. Slowed up. Tailspin. Still gets him there. Tensai is felt. And Elevate have a 2-star lead heading to the last 10.
As long as Luffy stays alive, the back right, no pushing good for Elevate. Gotta see Tensai on the street around and close them in. RBM looking for the close range match on the left side. Kill on the Moya. Critical. Elevate, bring it back.
Right there. Classic example of the power of the mode. It's an easy dive to make. Getting subterranean with it. Pouncing on that G.
Once more, insane game play. You see the screen naturally moving towards them. Cornering everyone in like he did in game 1. Crazy Raccoon still in control. They've decided on playing this one. He also decides to swap some stones with the Tensai. Turn down on the right side and getting the matchup in actually on Zeus.
So more tempo stuff. That's the difference making here is Elevate have that sinister skill. RBM is back off score. Rocket Rain at the ready. Fire and will.
Versus West, they really did not want to play Tensai's hard to super in that contact on RBM, and for the first time, Crazy Raccoon are leading in the big game.
Going to sign around off this set, folks. Elevate to stumble. Allow Crazy Raccoon to pick up some freebies. That's a mistake they are always going to punish. RBM is not too much. They're going to get the ball. He's after all the blue star. He's going to spend RTs up to points of damage.
Same deal. You can't gadget it on some top because he has that super ready to go. So super in from the super spin. More damage on the Tensai, especially if he's not shoot up like this.
One charge here coming up from Zeus. The move speed is terrifying. Tensai's down. Luffy may be understand. Backs away and realizes Elevate in the lead already.
Right side. Other side, scoring the right side. Zeus trying to fire down some suppressing fire. Visite Tampo shrugs it all off. Lane switch with the final gadget from Luffy. It's getting desperate. 10 seconds left. RBM going for the Hail Mary play. No kill. Yes! As he pops out of the super, Elevate still lead by just 1 star. And takedown on Sita Tampo. And Elevate takes set 1.
A little stumble there for Elevate in that last round, but they recover with poise. Again, it is a Mo dive. The all-in there. An unpunished trade-off kills that gives Elevate the edge, and ultimately, the set.
Such a near miss, too, because we saw RBM push in with that Mo and actually had to bail before he could get that kill in the drill form. He popped out, using the super, and then got that final bit of damage for the kill confirming. That is what kept Elevate in the lead in those final moments.
See here, this is how that first round played out. Squeak Hypercharge, pretty bloody good. But Elevate here can't kill, that's their problem. They led at this point in the game, but got completely stuffed into the corner of the map. It was a blue star difference to decide it. Then we start to see Elevate's game plan really play out. RBM goes in the dive, but he does so with full information, because Zeus spends the round using every super to break the bushes on the left side of the map. So Elevate can make informed decisions about how they go for that full commitment.
They don't want to push in on an enemy that they're unaware of, especially considering that they play with entirely viable brawler here. Also note that Chuck is not actually banned. Colette is a brawler that can permit you to play this Chuck since she farms the hyper and the super off of him so effectively. So maybe that's the direction that Crazy Raccoon are gearing up for with their last pick.
Not always banned is Colette on this kind of map, but very effective, especially when your opponents are forced to defend. She cycles supers onto that safe, free damage that really can't be answered, especially if she's using mass tax to guarantee shielding should she collide with any enemy brawlers during that super. An 8-bit here, really solid mid, often see that picked up. Like you mentioned, Chuck is something that may be played around. Quite often, when you see that picked up, the opposing team realizes they might be priced into just all-inning, trying to race. Colt here is great. Silver Bullet opens up the map if they need to. He can pressure the safe down from a very safe distance also.
I see potential for this Colt to simply open up the right side, break that little 2x2 that we see right at the entrance to the mid area of this map. Also, the brawler is going to be sent around the left side most likely, because that is the optimal position for him to damage the safe while he is still safe himself. I also see Crazy Raccoon with this Colette and 8-bit combo that's very, very typical. Not of Crazy Raccoon, but just in Heist in general, since Colette is usually so effective into the slow, high-health brawler. Amber, I think, is a great way to respond to the 8-bit because you can actually play at quite long range against him. And to the Colette, too, we're looking at comparable range. That super is going to be great at getting damage on the enemy safe. And I think Amber should be able to defend against something super aggro in the final stages, because I feel like Crazy Raccoon are really thinking about getting on something that just rushes towards the enemy.
Also, and crucially, very good use of what is this? We have not seen this thing for a long, long time. Again, don't jump in.
that he placed at the back left. We'll see Tensai completely laser taken down. Even trade here for Elevate. Still being cautious about pushing it in. Zeus is actually getting quite aggressive though behind this 2x2, and Moya is now up to his first super.
Yeah, Zeus really wants to guarantee a hit there by basically walking to point blank range. All right, here comes that damage. To try and punish this Angelo. And elsewhere, we have Tensai diving in on the Bonnie to pressure the safe.
So this is how it's going to go. Crazy Raccoon, they're going to play for that control at mid, and then they're going to send in Bonnie. She has to be addressed. Everyone from Elevate has to pivot backwards in order to deal with that, but they're really relying on Moya to be completely up. 100% uptime is what they need over here for the April.
Zeus here is a nasty angle. This is difficult to punish and dangerous for Moya to play into. RBM going to use the absence of 8-bit through mid to look towards Tensai to pressure him down. Here's Luffy, 3 safe damage. Couple of hits from Shitapo coming in though, as Zeus will heal up. And now look at the safe. Tensai tried to dive, but RBM on defense is able to stand.
This is brutal from Luffy. Hypercharge and super in, but they cannot ignore Moya. Despite the walls being broken on the left side, it's still the perfect perch for 8-bit to lock in some of that safe damage. Elevate, now pivot back to mid to play control once more. They're only ahead by 1%. They have to hold on to this control in the final 30 seconds.
Couple shots there from Tensai, but Crazy Raccoon at a lead. Zeus with a hypercharge. Moya disintegrates though. This is looking bad. Colette out of the picture as well. Dive in from Tensai, looking to deal with Luffy. Fair enough, but Crazy Raccoon safe is down to 29%.
Tensai's going to launch himself in the back right corner where he has to be addressed. See the Tumbo in. Oh! Denied, but the Eagle still hits. 14% remains at 5 seconds. It's not enough time for Elevate to get to Crazy Raccoon's high safe. They've only gotten 5% from Crazy Raccoon safe so far. They don't really have a real way of simply rushing things to be safe like Crazy Raccoon does in his box selection.
They're running out of time too, and he said there's got to be a shift here for Elevate. Okay, hypercharge super from the Colt. That evens up the game. The Tensai's within striking distance of Elevate safe, and Luffy can't do much about it right now. Zeus has to catch it away. Would have gone down even inside that super. 3% separates these teams.
Zeus is still the guardian of mid. They need to get over 3% here to take the win, and they don't have much time to get there. Moya, already 10,000 health strong, ready to push up mid, has that super at his disposal, gonna put it on the right side. Sitatampo has the super as well. Tensai is gonna get that super on the safe. Elevate have to commit, but they cannot touch this thing, and Crazy Raccoon gets set too.
And so the sacred timeline is preserved. Crazy Raccoon able to bounce back after a pretty average first set here with a crazy pick of Bonnie coming out, and they play really patient with this really long-range composition. The Colette looks great, as she always does on maps like this, and Tensai is such a nuisance. Whether it's consistent long-range poking, keeping it honest, or diving in on the same, Crazy Raccoon always have something to keep Elevate busy.
This is what we know about Crazy Raccoon. Their preferred play style is they play lanes. This is exactly what happened here against Elevate. They managed to be absolutely definitely forced one, two, lane play. Right behind some of these obstacles, especially against Angel on the right side. Being able to go to the bottom doesn't really matter. Well, our opponent is hiding behind the wall, and Tensai punches through all of that. Doesn't know what play it is. He's on the side of the jump overall.
What did yes in terms of Elevate, sure. You don't understand a little bit as about 10k. Bonnie close to that. Even Phil Hand is about 7.7k health. That's a lot of cover. Your cold is like 5.5. Your Angelo 6.20. Thereabouts. So much health has to be cut through on this Crazy Raccoon roster that damage the bottom. It's not security, it's elimination, and manifesting that control as a result of it. Not going to win the game. As long as they get to Crazy Raccoon.
Talk about health. Talk about this is a with Hypercharge you got but if moving is bad, vision is bad, exactly bad. That's what the shots, dodging the shots, landing the shots. Dodging on that bottom spike working slow.
Yeah, we really undersold, I think, the impact of Bonnie. That happens very often for any analyst games, so nothing out of the ordinary. We're up to Bell's Rock next to the knockout time again. Allowed. Getting low, Crazy Raccoon by Crazy Raccoon Elevate. Similar, also getting rid of that heat.
First selection once again. Crazy Raccoon the same person who decided to take that very first second round. On Bell's Rock, this is going to be a little bit different. Smart mistake is as the music forces everything coming from this club. It also is the last minute for Elevate Squad on that is really easy to play. So one is RT over here that is split from base, blocking about 6-8 damage in just a single attack. It's going to be a pretty good goal that Elevate are showing up for with the Gus selection.
They're telegraphing something like that, right? Won't see it until the end of their draft here. This strategy has had a pretty average win rate over the course of these last couple of days. I think in the previous series, as of the previous series, on the start of the day, Gus had like a 30% win rate, despite being one of the most picked brawlers at the World Finals. And Zeus again wants to go for the Angelo. Again, makes sense. It is that kind of long-laned map where you can find success, but again, look pretty average on Heist.
Deviating from the plan would be a tall ask here, but we saw how that Angelo performed in the last set, and it was a serious struggle because he was trying to land those shots. It takes a long time to charge up each one. It's not like Piper where you can fire off 1, 2, 3 in a row. No, you gotta wait quite some time. And once again, I'm seeing a very similar draft to what we saw in Canal with the Gene now.
Is RBM going to pick Daryl?
I'm really thinking this is a Daryl selection.
Yeah. Again, centerpiece player on Elevate, getting his first LAN win yesterday against a pretty plucky Foot Esports, one filled with veterans that always is threatening. This is the last hope for North America. Elevate here, waiting for Crazy Raccoon to round out the picks. It'll be a Rico to get them sorted.
Bit of an odd one here on Bell's Rock, considering that, well, it's a little tough sometimes to lock things in. Besides that mid lane, that's where you're going to mostly find the value here with Rico. With that Gene, also, I think it negates some of the thrower effects for Elevate, whether that's going to be viable or not. So Rico
All right, folks, we're one apiece
Raccoon out of their comfort zone over here, and it's allowing Crazy Raccoon to actually thrive on this 1v1.
Would like to do a lot more than just keep the time to evade. He gets a bit off on the opportunity. Zeus striking against Tensai. As Moya just trends to the left to give that magic pumps healing back over the Rico. Elevate need to make a play. They can't just let this round get away from them. They need to be active participants here.
So far, they still have their backs against the wall, just like in the last round. Luffy does have the utility of his super available. RBN tried to get some on the right side, didn't manage to do much. Moya is equipped with the super. That's going to be dangerous for Elevate. They don't have much health to work with, and they certainly don't have a way of escaping from a gene pole. Moya is super low. Tensai, and with the hypercharge, a team wipe as he snaps to the right side to bring home game one.
That goes horribly for Elevate. They have to use a Gust Super just to keep them alive. They take too much poke damage from the RT, and they know if there's an RT gadget used, they will instantly be eliminated. So there's no choice for Elevate to use their silver bullet just to keep themselves in the game. Luffy's got to be kicking himself after that.
There's no synergy here for Elevate on these brawlers, on this composition, because Gus, what is he really going to be used for? He has that self-preservation of the super, but typically
scary signs for North American fans. They really need to get themselves into the driver's seat. Yeah, currently having this match, at least this set, dictated to them by these previous champions. Good point. This is better. Moya under pressure. Went through very close to the stage. Zeus off, takes him low. Moya's able to remove the shots from the block.
An elevator. Oh, what a gadget for Luffy. Finally, a man advantage for Elevate. A super for RBN. There's one, there's two. Tensai, the last one alive, trying to avoid beating hypercharge to the enemy side, but he knows it's inevitable. RBM's got it now. Luffy has his super, and Zeus also comes to one of his own. Elevate are in great position.
That's around one of the mechanics there for Elevate. In order to get Crazy Raccoon to Evo, but without a draft that is, absolutely dominant over Crazy Raccoon, Elevate have to win into the individual. They have the firepower to rely on it, just a sword.
The vicious super to the side. On the left side, you see this pretty much a stale move. It's going to take shots to take him down. Super Lucius is looking pretty dangerously low over there. Left side.
Okay, RBM, hypercharges already. It's raining rockets. Chitapo on the walkout. Look at that. What a magic hand. What a pickup on Zeus. RBM's in trouble now. Another Gust Super to try and keep the rock in the fight. Now RBM's going to try and come forward. But Crazy Raccoon will not be denied.
What synergy from Crazy Raccoon over here. We saw members super low. Whole team came together to body block and keep them alive. That was in the RBM's block. As he killed confirmed on that power. But tried to get some synergy of their own. Trying to get that super from Luffy for some good, putting it on RBM twice. But it didn't actually manage to do anything. We also saw a near kill on the team side. They're on the right side! Unexpected kill on a Zeus out of nowhere from Site Tampo. Drops Elevate down to their final lives.
Set on the line, Elevate have to win a 2 versus 3 against a combined 4 world champions on the side of Crazy Raccoon. Moya with the hyper, guarantee the pull, and it's up to Luffy now. And I don't think there's a fruit in the world that can give him the power to take down the raid bosses that are Crazy Raccoon. Pops the super, but now knows it is over. Back into the gas perhaps, and that's 2 sets for APAC number 1.
Crazy Raccoon enforcing their style of play out here, playing the 1v1s, and when it matters most, going for that synergy. But remember that this final round, even the one that was just played, was a cascading effect after a single kill that we saw from Site Tampo on the left side.
That is often what these knockout rounds boil down to, Ready. Getting a 3v2. It's really hard to lose those if the gas isn't already basically surrounding you. And because both teams are playing this long-range approach that have killed it first, right? And of course, that really problem. We have to catch it from the RT. There are so many points of volatility. Talk about the gadget as well from the Brock. Taking one hit could be the difference between life and death.
Precisely what we saw. We need to see the valuable things that actually walk around. When it came down to off-action, Bison had ability, team play came in to stymie that entirely.
And I think honestly, that round that Elevate were able to win is a result of, I think, Shitato or Crazy Raccoon allowing an easy pick up here. Inside of the retro, 6 eliminations, very kind of piece for the entirety of Elevate. This set definitely felt like it was up for the battle for the NA. What will the answer be here from Elevate? They have one more chance to send this to the 5th and final set. So their rapid fire play will have to be centimeter perfect.
Elevate now, first pick available. Final to let while there's slide and G now available in the draft. However, they're going to utilize this. It's a 4-5 selection. They have the last lap, so the last pick. She's on the table. Clancy, Crab, now coming out.
Side like these are a little harder to get to the back line from those who play on the right side. Around that barrel a little bit. Looking at the ball, feeding it up. The turnovers in the first, especially catching that this is a better generation. He just needs to get to roll as quickly as possible.
This entire aspect of Clancy is called flat on its face. It's outrage. Definitely a surprising one that Crazy Raccoons could choose to bring in later, but they actually had to make it work yesterday, so why not go for it now? It does.
The only thing separating this from 2022 is what a spike. that would really make it look like Cops of old. But yeah, Gus again being picked up for CR. Once more, Elevate still in the value they're looking for out of it. But it's just such a good range of long range ball. It killed the curve potential. Saw how good it was earlier. All of them come out here. But even if you let this fight a little bit more point, damage out. Makes it such a big deal.
Two rollers from Elevate that should be pretty good if it takes it. Here's the Kenji, and now either RBM or Luffy are out to play. So will it be Luffy that really stole the show with Kenji just yesterday, or will it be RBM Team Tank Specialist that will take the reins of the Sushi Master on the right side? Well, maybe come down to which power is going to be more demanding. Depending on the last three out here, Surge would be some point levels off this Kenji.
And we've talked about, common counters to Kenji being tanks, right? The Elevate's composition is already very hostile to tanks. Very high damage brawlers with decent range in Clancy and Lola, so that's not an option. Crazy Raccoon going for the Surge alongside the Gus and the Lou. It's all gonna fall down to that Surge player. Again, both teams fancy these brawlers that only get stronger as the game goes, and it's Elevate's last chance to stay alive. The hopes of NA rest on their shoulders as we jump in a ring of fire.
Right out the gates, Luffy aggressive around this left side, but quickly regrets his decision. He does not want to push into Moya, and he also doesn't want to push into Site Tampo. So which is it going to be? He's just going to have to swallow that and go for it, trying to bait out some of the shots on the left side. Note that Elevate have been quite uncontested here at mid, and Crazy Raccoon are going to have to reevaluate their lanes.
Yeah, no longer can Crazy Raccoon be so aggressive to defend that left side. They're able to step up, get themselves some percentage here. RBM yet to get a hit in this game, get his first one just there. It's an awkward spot for the Clancy to hit. He's trying to get some damage. One time they lose super stunned up. 3 damage to Moya as RBM heads home with his tail between his legs.
He's still trying to get out some shots, another super in, and the gadget bomb to Luffy. so vulnerable, but remains alive or on the left side. Doesn't matter though. Moya has already managed to farm his hypercharge off of him, and RBM around the right side is being totally denied. Note that he's also running the dash gadget for RBM. On the back left, Luffy's trying to get onto Citatappo, bested by the Surge jump.
But he has to respect the power shield as well because it reduces damage and helps Surge reload instantly. And then there's the super that gives invulnerability, so Luffy can't actually attack Citatappo at all there. Very awkward matchup for the Kenji. Citatappo now flashing that super as well, knows he can dodge away. Luffy has to use a gadget now, maybe looking at Tensai, who just bubbles himself. And Crazy Raccoon look indomitable on this point. Elevates, nowhere to be seen.
Crazy Raccoon, absolutely indestructible on every single lane. Elevate got a 10% lead at the beginning, and that was the last time they ever even thought about stepping on that point. The Lu, you don't want to feed it, but what happened anyway? Because of the lanes that are enforced here, there's no real home for the Kenji. For the Clancy, the first selection, they drafted themselves into a corner. They weren't really able to get any tokens farmed up and get to that valuable second level where the damage and the range of Clancy actually starts to become a threat.
Luffy's been much more proactive this time around. Citatappo still has a super. Luffy attempts to dodge it. Gadget gets him healed up, but Citatappo is chilling. Level 2 and a super available. RBM is cut down.
It's going to take a concerted effort to move Citatappo out of this left side. He's actually just going to do it anyway. This is fine. Not as long as you can do that right. Citatappo out with Gadget. Still some damage in from Luffy. And a kill. Elevate, take back control mid. A slight advantage.
Citatappo though, he's at level 4. RBM's got to be careful. Super strong. Luffy wants to dive in, but Citatappo is basically unkillable right now. That's the super available. Super tries to get away. Free space. Snorri trying to play from behind that ego. Luffy's got nowhere to go. Got nothing that he uses. And now we're in this game.
RBM still with nowhere to go. He's outraged absolutely everywhere. He's that right and stuff. Citatappo super as well. So closely guarded. He's flanked by both Citatappo and Moya. If there's any time of game to go for him, it's got to be now. We saw Luffy and RBM both double stack that left lane. It improves their chances of getting something optimal. RBM playing around this 90 degree on the left side.
So active.
Moya is still actually lining up these shots. RBM frozen mid-dash. And an excellent start for Crazy Raccoon.
RBM though, getting those credits. He gets a little bit of the job done. Close to silver now. As Luffy steps up to the plate next, but he's half stunned, damaged heavily. Hosumaki healing gets popped here, but Luffy has to play back behind that box. RBM has just hit silver, but Luffy's got nothing to do back there. Nice torrent. RBM gets aggressive, and Elevate finally get on the board.
What an excellent comeback here for Elevate. They've managed to get RBM almost to the gold tier. On the right side, Luffy is being quite cautious about feeding any more super to Moya, knowing how much of a win condition it can be. Luffy up to the skies. Excellent timing on that super. Citatappo had the damage and he had the shots thanks to the gadget.
Yeah, that power shield is huge for Surge. Now Zeus and RBM, the latter flashing his super, generate a lot of threat here on the point. Citatappo falls and Elevate get themselves into the lead. Hold on, we might be looking at a set 5 at this rate. RBM backs up, Tensai shields himself. Here's another Slashimi from Luffy, and he gets rid of the Gus.
Citatappo now hypercharged all the way behind, going for the deep route. Zeus trying to dispel him, knows where he is in these bushes, but can't really contest because the fight has been
70%.
brought all the way to Crazy Raccoon's side. Doesn't matter. The spawn trap is on. Zeus trying to stay alive. Jump in from Tampo and completely nullified.
There it is, another super from RBM. And Elevate struggle early on this set, but now starting to bring things back. 95% and counting. A set 5 looming. Here comes Crazy Raccoon. They clear them off at 98. Luffy knows he just needs to stand here, and he does. We're going all the way.
Number 1 in A. Number 1 APAC. It's bound to go the distance. Mechanics against draft. The Crazy Raccoon, they have a certain level of mastery in both of these regards. But they mechanically denied the Clancy those levels for actually quite some time. But really came to head in that final game of this set. We saw quite a quick advancement to level 3 for Clancy.
Because RBM got rid of that self-preservation instinct that was holding him back for so much in this set. Decided to come forward, feed a couple of kills here and there. It's fine, doing the same thing. Elevate around that control that Zeus was providing as Lola. Use the 2 layers, the 2 loose ends to keep Crazy Raccoon more than easy enough to prevent him from touching.
This lack of self-preservation should be a key takeaway for Elevate. Because if there's anything that Crazy Raccoon, especially the team side on socials, has been vocal about, is his frustration with the meta, with the brawlers that simply run at. It doesn't matter if they die, because they're still winning the objective. That is their kryptonite. That is their weakness. It's quite late in the game to really discover this. You've got to apply that knowledge now. It doesn't matter. This insight is picking up tons of kills in spite of the matchup he's facing.
Yeah, really timely. Super's coming out onto Shitapo, allowing him to win that protracted battle against Luffy. Every time the Kenji respawns, he's looking for the surge, looking to get into the bush on Crazy Raccoon's side of the map, and trying to put their own spawn. But it's a great recovery from Elevate. We've got to hand it to them. They, right now, real close before our eyes. They force champions, but it's APAC number 1 seed. The last of the Northern American. They're giving it everything they've got.
Looking at 4 world champions. Number 1 and number 2 in 2022 combined to perform a roster that's invincible last year. Got a top 4 finish. This will be a down for guys who are in top 8. They cannot let it slip now. Double switch set number 5.
People have been saying, standing onto Crazy Raccoon, they can go and show to be fallible. We've seen mistakes from them over the course of this tournament. They have played maximum Brawl Stars in every single one of their matches now. This one, no exception. Double switch coming up for our last match. Amber's open, Gene also available, and quickly Gene snapped up.
Gene typically a must-win on this map. The fact that he's left open is definitely scary. Surely he did that last year, but it's going to come out of those actions.
Land blow out on the S3 charge. Should they succumb to the new hotness? To the new era of Brawl Stars? Got the tension here to try and get themselves into the semi-final. No, Surge is going to be the answer. They're allowing Kenji to potentially elevate. And this will be exposed in the draft.
Well, again, especially with the stuff that soaks up Surge's damage, it's going to be major weakness. And Elevate can totally sneak up on one of these lanes, but it's going to be a tall task. Because Surge, as a brawler, he's slow. He's going to benefit a lot from these bushes because he's going to be able to speed out to help him out. That'll allow him to approach on the left side and be super, super stealthy. Maybe even get a few taps off on Luffy. They're also going to pick up Tara. Oh, they know the Surge's shortcomings. They're picking up the key thing to play on the lane against him.
That is terrifying. We've already seen it once earlier today from SK Gaming. A devastating side laner with ridiculous damage at close range. And a hypercharge that just makes her super bigger. It's a very good super. One of the best supers, in fact. It grabs everyone, sucks them in, especially if there's a gem carrier caught in that gravity. It's curtains for them. And of course, the Kenji, as expected, picked up.
Kenji is going to be feeding this Tara big time, though. Should be able to slash through all of those spawnables, so actually possible for Tampo to go for a Psychic Enhancer over here, reveal all of those bushes if they find that knowledge to be quite valuable. over here. Also going to be beating that Surge, definitely a dangerous prospect. So Elevate decide to, oh, Janet is coming out to play. And Janet has some potential to also scout up the bushes. That's a gadget and also a star power swap if she wants to sacrifice the
That is fascinating. Staying to allow me around herself while she is flying. Also, would come across the gem somehow. She's dominant. Yeah, keep them away. Draco picked up the Crater Raccoon. What a pick!
Definitely unusual. You almost never, ever see this. Should have some surviving at the end. Talk about what can you actually done. Close range, straight, holding the wheel. He has a gadget that will fly on 1 HP for a pretty serious duration.
Also, here's Super with getting it. Get the right start now. Take a bunch of damage and still get a relative threat. Elevate, have they walked into a hard counter for the Kenji? There's one way to find out. They'll probably only get it pretty quickly by those generous shots. Two scenarios with the picking up the left-hand side because they know they can't deal with Dragon in the bushes.
City Tampo also on his right side, expected left.
Right, Tensai dives in, not able to stay alive. Flying flames use the last stand. Castro getting up the opportunity. Regardless, it's Elevate now with an advantage. Slip one though is more evens up the score. Look at this Tara super pack. Break over the bushes on this right side of the map. Making dangerous for Elevate to play there. Tensai again. Goes for the gadget. This time it pays off. Zeus must take to the skies after recovering the gem.
Luffy on the left side, definitely risking feeding super to Cite Tampo, but at the same time, falls to Moya. All 7 gems on the field belong to Crazy Raccoon.
Tensai in super, last stand popped as well, but Cole's able to deal with him. A lot of map control though, given up by Elevate here, and they're behind by 4 whole gems. Magic hand on Shitapo. He does use a shield, but it's broken. Zeus able to push up now. Luffy needs to get aggressive. He needs to find Moya. Where is the Tara?
They know she's on the back left somewhere. RBM's going to try and scout him out. No real contact. Luffy has an idea. Moy's revealed himself. He can't push through Cita Tampo on the left side unless they risk giving him a super. Luffy's going to give it his all, though. Super in, right on top of Tensai. Super from Moya. At mid, RBM's still alive. It's him and Zeus. But this next gem belongs to Moya. They will be able to take down Tensai in a pinch. Moya cannot take it, and he's forced to back up.
Now map control gets pretty critical here. That's why the Kenji goes aggressive. Luffy deep. Shitapo able to use the super to avoid the damage though when RBM plays back. That's the gem that starts the countdown. RBM hooks Tensai. What a connection. But Zeus goes down with the gems. Luffy's going to come forward now, but it's a countdown. 10 seconds left, but RBM is felled by the surge. Luffy's going to go in, but there is no shot, no hope. And Crazy Raccoon will take the first game.
This Draco was pivotal for Crazy Raccoon. Actually spawned quickly for a serious duration. And as a result, they had to just sit back and think, he's practically unpushable. That's hard. So much damage all these ones and getting super and hyper charges as a result.
This Kenji is struggling. Luffy having a tough time. Trying to get through his layers of obstruction. Draco, Tara, Surge, all of them problematic to deal with. I realize it's not worth making that list. The box is annoying. One time with Tama quickly nips that one in the bud.
He's trying to increase his wide slash and get some damage on Cita Tampo without risking super. It feels like an ability to the side or the back side. Pretty serious damage on RBM. Gadget expires.
Magic hand available here for the G. Moya spotted there. Vision killer cross up. What a dodge away from that Tara super. Luffy's able to get 2 gems to his name. Tensai though will survive. Oh, Luffy comes in with super. Tensai finds 2, but RBM scoops up the gems. He's out with 6.
Oh, pulls the shade. He went for it, but Moya had the support from beyond ready to go. He's going to try and push it now, but has to be aware of the positioning of Tensai. Forced to go in. He's got a super now. The damage on on Moya. There's one slash, there's two. All the way to the back. Doesn't matter if he dies, but he still has fed the hypercharge and the super to Moya.
Back to Tapo, caught out again. Now out of control for Elevate. Help will be on course, so Moya can dodge any potential supers from the team. Here's Zeus, lighting the map up. Tensai mostly being ignored, and Moya is down to 762. Almost catching on was Luffy. But now Tensai's a problem. In that super form, burns Luffy down. 9 gems for RBM though.
Moya's got to get more and more gems here. He's going to go for it. All the way to the back right. RBM's just out of range. Zeus trying to defend. And the hypercharge and super available for the G over here. Oh, Moya at mid. He's going to have to defend Luffy. Manages to pick up the gem, but all of them spill onto the ground. Luffy with a two-piece. And Elevator running it back.
And Elevate can walk away here with 13 gems and be secure in the knowledge that that'll be enough to win them the round. 5 seconds remain, but the zone is too good for Elevate. Crazy Raccoon will have to let this one go to double match points.
The true distance. The absolute limit of Brawl Stars. Double match point incoming.
The harder they get knocked down, the quicker they get up. Elevate. They get thrown over the course of the series, but now they're going to land the plane. Chitapa gets aggressive at the top of the map, but Tensai is dealing with Luffy right now. And doesn't want to propaganda for that, can't play him. Elsewhere, RBM deals with Moya. 3 gems, and they're spilt. Now Luffy tries to get away. Another super. Chitapa has the super to get away, and Tensai has the elimination. Zeus only 1 gem, RBM 1. Elevate walk away with 2 in total.
Bad business though. Tensai managed to come around the right side. He's gonna have to be scouted out by RBM. Get dangerously close. Has the super to get bonus damage. RBM doesn't really have much play here with the super. We'll see Luffy fall on the left side to Moya, who's now sneaking up on the left. Zeus has got to find a
blowout.
Safe place to land. Tensai still alive. Luffy got him. Does manage to get the kill. Super in. No contact. Moya knew exactly where he was going to return.
Moya can pick up that gem there, dropped by the Kenji. Get Crazy Raccoon ahead by 1, and with 2 loose in mid. Moya will have to allow Elevate to have at least an equal game here. Janet now has the gems. RBM can go more aggressive to get that vision to line up these pulls. Luffy pulled himself into the Moya super.
Assistance required on the right side. RBM's going to need some help with Tensai over here. We'll see Luffy charge forward. CJ Tampo now with a hypercharge. Big damage on his Zeus and onto Luffy. But Elevate all gravitate towards his right side. Tensai going for the big play. Zeus towards the skies. RBM left all alone. A little more damage on Moya. CJ Tampo looking for gem number 10. Luffy's got to contest.
He can't. Chitapa back over the wall. Okay, countdown secured now. Elevate lose their gems. Luffy trying to go deep here, but Tensai ignores him as Moya throws down. And Crazy Raccoon, the Kings of One World, will return to a World Semi-Finals to claim what was once theirs.
Advance once more to top 4 for a second attempt at a grand final. Last time, they were bested by the team that took it all. Once more, they can manifest themselves into that position. Another stab at being world champions.
Speaking of stats, Tensai on the Draco. Oh man, it was fun to watch. Nigh unkillable, literally unkillable with that super, that gadget available rather. Elevate made it close, but a couple of stumbles. You've got to feel in that last round they gave the ball into a bit of a scrap fest on that right-hand side of the map. Luffy getting caught in a couple of Tara supers. That was a big difference. You see Crazy Raccoon, they wanted to play against Kenji. They wanted to play some old school brawl. And old school is the good school here. And Elevate just floods the class.
Tensai over here, 10 kills for the guy. Penetrated that right side from a massive mission. And RBM played an untraditional position. He's typically around wood. He is the ball. He is legitimately good to see him inside of that area. Moya and CJ Tampo alternating between that left side where selection was for Elevate. And we see Crazy Raccoon, despite their complaints about how this is going, as far as which brawlers are most powerful, they're not too good for it at all.
I mean, they play Draco. I mean, I'm sorry, that's not really old school, in fairness. But what a game we get. We start off the day with a 5-set banger. This one was no different. But now we must bid farewell to the final remaining North American delegate here at the Brawl Stars World Finals 2024, leaving only APAC and EMEA as the regions left to fight for it. And my goodness, that battle between Reply Totem and Rival Esports could set us up for EMEA versus APAC finals. If Rival can make it through, that is a big if. That if is doing Olympia level lifting. But we have an incredible game on the docket still to look at here. Real quick, what are your thoughts? Reply Totem, Rival Esports has been a crazy day.
We see Reply Totem just barely make it to the stage, the last seed in EMEA. Make it all the way through LCQ against Rival Esports, a huge underdog in their match yesterday, managed to trounce their EMEA competitors, and they can look to do it again.
Crazy Raccoon have survived the quarterfinals once more and awaiting their opponent. It's going to be Reply Totem versus Rival Esports to decide our last semi-finalists. One more match for the day for the Brawl Stars World Finals Day 2. Don't go anywhere. It's bound to be a blockbuster.
Brawl Stars World Finals are brought to you by ESL, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Teams have had such a strong showing from their audience, or from the audience in general, I will say, because they just have so many representatives, fans who come out and support them, and you don't understand as people on that stage how far having the backing of the entire crowd really gets you to motivate you through the hard times, and it is a big thing for both of these teams to have as backing.
In terms of our predictions, so far, so good. I mean, we differed a little bit, but I think that first match was very much a 50-50 though, Trav. I mean, I didn't blame you for it.
We almost just got another loss handed to all 5 of us, I will say as well. A double match point from Crazy Raccoon versus Elevate as well. Luckily enough for us at least, Crazy Raccoon did manage to pull through. But me and Ready Set, we started obviously with the Zeta division, which didn't go our way. But genuinely, that could have gone either way. And so could that last game as well.
I have yet to get a prediction wrong. Just putting that out there. Uber, I think, very much as well. This is where we differ as well. Uber's been definitely, flying the rival esports banner since we basically arrived in Helsinki, Finland, and I didn't blame him for it. I was certainly there yesterday and didn't quite get to catch the games themselves, but nonetheless, I think this squad have got something special. They could cause another huge upset. We know what the EMEA region can bring to the table. And for rival esports, going back to 2019 with Milk Rio, we really are going back in time.
We are rival esports. They've had a seconds. So they've been pretty consistent with every point. The Mito team is not the same score as C in the NBA, only just squeezing into the LCQ spot. They've been sailing there in the same path. Back and forth.
That I will look back over time and time again. That made Brawl Esports history for sure. Hubble versus Pioneers, the trap. That was a complete stomper.
Yeah, it really wasn't that close at all. Humble had the drafts, they had the gameplay, they had the mentality. Everything went right for them and everything went wrong for Pioneers. But I've got to say, that SK Gaming versus Zeta Division has got to be the best, or at least my favorite game of the day. I'm sure you'd probably agree, looking at it from a standpoint, viewer perspective, as we both were. But that last game was incredible as well.
It's been such an enjoyable day, and it's great that we've still got one more match to come. You can hear it behind me. The crowd is starting to go wild. Let's head over to Banks to introduce the teams.
These matches are separating the men from the boys here at Superfest, and this next match is your last quarter-final of the day. So with that being said, Superfest, make some noise! We're almost getting there, it's nice. This next match will decide the lineup for Championship Sunday. So, first up are your dark horse of the competition, securing their spot in the quarterfinals with a victory over Eternal Fire. From APAC, it's Milcrio, Melty, and Shu. They are Rival Esports.
And they have differing opinions. Archers obviously going to the reply totally side with the rest of the casters and the public. But Uber staying firm with the rival esports pick that you've been seeing the praises of all weekend long.
There's a lot of tense feeling here on the casting distance, I'm sure, no doubt. There on the player podiums, crowd setting themselves in for what is set to be an absolute spectacle. The Reply Totem fans, they're about to blow the roof off this arena.
Yeah, we can hope for just that. Reply Totem settling in, and the same with rival esports. Neither side looking too nervous at the moment. But when the gameplay starts, I'm sure things do start to change. little mistakes here and there can definitely make that mentality waver just a little bit, and the slightest mistake will cost you the team, will cost your team a World Finals semi-final. In terms of predictions, it was 63% to Reply Totem, 37% to Rival Esports, so not that far apart. But we're starting things off in center stage in Brawl.
I think, to be honest, not a unfair prediction, actually. For Rival Esports, I feel like they've got a lot to show, and no doubt we'll dig deep when it comes to these drafts. Quite a balanced one, I feel. As we go in to center stage, the band's already in for Reply Totem, the Spoon, and Otis. The Rival Esports do not want the Kenji or the Frank or the Mo. I think we've kind of seen far too much of Kenji slipping through this weekend, so I don't mind it at all. Certainly though, Rico is open, the vision gear as well. We know it's going to be a sort of Reply Totem idea for the cast first pick. I can't confirm the search myself, in the Austin scenario. Certainly the far side of Reply Totem, they're looking to have that kind of take out of the play. I would be kind of side horse with that one.
I feel the same way. I mean, they're two very similar balls to think about it. You've got leveling up mechanic. Once you get the level, so you've got classic moving forward. As well. With the fast ones, you kind of slow things down, scout out the ball, and see where opponents are. This grassy area.
That's a solid pick. The question now is Reply Totem bring in something tanky. They'll be doing it in the eye of the surge. Sweet will be able to shut down that left or right hand side to allow Rival Esports to really focus their attention entirely on that side. You see the slippery, they don't go with Rosa. That is a daring choice, but in the hands of Reply Totem, they do play some fantastic tanks. I was kind of surprised it wasn't the El Primo himself.
I mean, with Maru and that ball, you never know what's going to happen. But Rosa, they're pretty similar. You're going to be able to play them.
I love it. I really do love it. Gale was wide open at the beginning, but there's no reason to necessarily go into it here. But that Rosa has got behind the Reply Totem that point at the point of standing, which means he's never so good. He's got to hold the right, landing on the surge and the Gale into that Rosa. So, well, it's classic. He's the very off try to get the stack as quick as possible with his range, with additional speed, of course, that additional shot factor in the thick of it. Back there, the left-hand side, already making some good work on the Reply Totem, but Maru has pushed forward. There's Gavin then fell with that slow. The unfriendly push of the Rosa just left Rival Esports so settled the damage. And look at this, push the ball forwards, and he's taken away a great twister, and Maru can't get the ball.
What a stop, but now that's gone. And Melty is back, still level 1. Passes the ball to himself, a little bit mistaken there as well, wasting some ammo, and Maru moving that up quite nicely. Not too much pushback from Rivals so far, as Reply Totem seem to have all control of the map. A super available over the right-hand side from Orion, already leveled up once as well. Not the best of starts for Rival Esports, and things need to change. Oh, a super from Chaos. We said watch out for it, and this is why. They get the ball.
Look at this! A complete and utter team-wide, but it should be a straight, easy walk-through. Maru will score it. Reply Totem making light work in the first minutes.
Melty needs to get these levels up and get going, because Maury's already doing just that, and Maru decimating the opponents along with Chaos. Slow comes through with the unfriendly bushes. Vertical jump from Melty, which was baited out by Maru, who now gets hypercharged and powers on. Surely going to be able to get the kill, the pass up, and that is going to be game 1 to Totem.
Very strong opening stuff from Reply Totem. They got a game. And they've got the crowd, most importantly, firmly behind them. Let's see whether Rival Esports can build up some kind of a response here. Start to have something more back and forth. It's a little bit too easy. We said coming in, to be honest, Gale should really shut down that rigorous pick. Rival Esports left it wide open, and they're not even working out right now.
some more confidence coming through from Rival Esports, but Reply Totem still seem to me at least in control. The map was pretty much covered by them for the entirety, but a couple breakaway goals for Rival Esports bring it back even in set one.
Again, that residue on the left-hand side, forcing Totem to the right. Now Chaos back. Unfriendly Bush is connecting there with Shu as well. As Melting that right. Milkray, a second gadget there from Maru as well, and it gets an equal effect. Will stop the healing, most importantly, as well. On the side of Rival, Melty did well on that right-hand side. And it's Maori now who's weak, and like Chaos pushing the ball forwards. I think it's the right play here. Like Chaos just trying to get that pinch between himself and Maori to get Melty, who survives on 76 HP.
Not going to get the kills as Mori and Chaos both survive. Maru coming through now, and Melty has to jump on him, but that might be a waste, and that's surely level 3 gone. But he picks up the left-hand side and stops the pass through. Shu's there to defend, but Maori almost level 3 in under a minute. Just a few more shots, and he'll be at that stage, evading a few shots from Surge now, but scouted up by Shu eventually.
Milkray has the chance there to use another gadget. He's holding back for now. Shu falls. Now the super connects, but it doesn't really find much of the Chaos. He walks into it, only 68 HP. The Milkray Totem has slowed down the pace yet again. We want to make sure they land the mark. It's Maori now. Max stacks on this Fuzzy, and he's dangerous. As is Chaos. Hyper charge going in. He finds one. Milkray has the second ball. And it's a complete team wipe for a Brian Totem. A goal, and only 1 minute remaining.
Chaos does the job once more, but here comes the hypercharge from Melty. Might be able to find a few connections. One available from Maru as well. Friendly Bush is used, slowing a couple of the Rival members in their tracks. 55 seconds to get the job done. Melty slowed down by the hypercharge of Rosa. Now the super through for more in this level 3, providing so much value.
LTM scrutiny. Maru comes in the perfect time. Oh, what a pitch between Maru and Chaos. Shu, a nice knock back in the nice valuable time, but it's Rival that are still behind. We've got to get out of this spawn. We've got to get out the map and get some takedowns of the goal. 30 seconds is a lot to ask.
Superbly missed there on the left-hand side from Milkray. Really needs to cover Maru, who's there waiting for him. Just use what's on that avenue for Chaos. Picks up the mid. Now leaves it in a 2v3. Shu and Milkray have got a lot of work to do, especially to Maru. Straight in the face like this. 14 seconds. I just don't see how this is possible for Rival Esports. Shu's going to try and fail. Melty the last option with level 3, but it's not going to be enough. As Reply Totem secure the first set.
The air is electric. Reply Totem fans rejoice for the first set in the bank. Rival Esports just didn't really seem too connected. In that instance in Brawl, they just felt like they were behind the majority of things. A couple of breakaway goals in that second game. But an important set to win for Reply Totem. That early momentum is surely going to be very much down their favour. A lovely shutdown there from Maori. That classy pick really proved to be a valuable defensive measure for them. But a lot of the time, for me, it was all about that control. And Chaos really finding that element with that Rico pick. Kept the pressure on time and time again. A couple of instances there, of course, where Rival had their moments. But Reply Totem, for me, looked like the stronger of the two in that first set.
Yeah, they really did. They had so much control. And every time Chaos got a hypercharge, Rival Esports members were dropping like flies. Just absolute dominance. And, you know, I'm sure they probably got heroes, but we warned them about it. And I'm sure they're well aware themselves. Big DPS, big kills out of Reply Totem. And Rival Esports not able to match that same energy, as they were pretty much pinned in the spawn for the majority.
I mean, Chaos got 2 kills more than the entirety of Rival Esports' kills combined. That says to me a big story. 354 HP as well. I mean, literally coming into the match, said, you got to ban Rico if you're looking down the barrel of Chaos. And look at that. The results spoke for themselves. I mean, I could shout a bit louder, but I don't know whether it will help.
Yeah, I think they kind of probably well aware of the Chaos Rico, but maybe just didn't take it into account, thought they could handle it, and I'm sure they'll be thinking better of that idea now. We're going on to Kaboom Canyon in Heist as the second set. Will Totem extend their lead, or will Rival Esports close that gap and make it 1-1? Heist is the game mode we will be doing it on, so we'll see if that aggression from Reply Totem is going to remain and win in this second set.
Certainly, for me, a tough game mode to have as your second set. One that you've got in the bag already on the side of Reply Totem. Can get a bit overzealous, a bit overconfident. Heist Be enough. Let's see. Chaos needs to tap here realistically here. Shu coming in with a nice amount of HP, decimated by the bombs that Chaos is leaving. But look at the damage raining down. The reply doesn't save some 18 HP. They need to go the aggressive. They've got to clear up these scrap first. Melty down to 800 HP. Better going on the aggressive. There's so much more still needs to be done.
There goes Shu again. No damage left. Just get taken down. A lot more needs to be done right into what's back, gives a little bit of time for his teammates to come back into this mid, but at the moment they're not able to do so. Shu needs a super, needs that escape route, needs to be able to get up the map, but at the moment no one on Totem's feeding it.
30 seconds. This needs to be very calculated for Totem. They cannot drop a beat here. One takedown, Shu low on the right-hand side. They've got to find him. They've got to get on their safe, get the damage they need. Milgrio is still staying on that left-hand side. It's being a menace here. At the moment, Rival Esports are in a fantastic spot, but they've got to hold firm on this defense.
Yeah, I mean, 14 seconds. Shu was thinking about going in, but thought better of it in the end. Now he goes in to try and stop them and bring them back. Does just that. 8 seconds on the clock. I don't think they've got the time if all three of them are on the safe. Never mind, none of them. As Mori gets pushed back, and Chaos can't find anything. Rival Esports take game one of Safe Zone.
Signs of life, then, for Rival Esports. The heart is still beating. And with this heart, there's the potential to bring back a set and level out the playing field. Let's see whether the Reply Totem have got what it takes to bring this set to even. because that was much, much better. The melody of Shu really was a problem and a thorn in their side. Was wonderful, wasn't it? You know, just kept Reply Totem on that back foot time and time again. And, you know, it's all well and good getting that first set in the bag, but when your second set is heist, you've got to go a little bit more on defensive. And this is not much of a better mode and map, let's be honest, to have. We're neck and neck, and we're going into Snake Prairie with Bounty. This is where the draft really is crucial. You've got to consider very heavily your bans for Buzz, for Bo, for Tara. So much vision potential here. Let's see, we've got,
well, you just named pretty much all the bands.
The Gene and the Surge as well, I really quite like here as well. But, I mean, Shelly, Griffin, still some big offenders open here. Certainly, for both sides. You've got to be so careful where you lurk in these bushes.
The draft is what wins Snake Prairie. So, this set probably going to be decided before we even go into it. Mo is going to be picked up from Reply Totem, one of the best brawlers in the game at the moment, so they'll be pretty pleased that that has snuck through this ban phase. But there's so many things, as Ark said, to account for that have the vision potential that you've got to get rid of before Mo. Rival Esports will follow with their 2 picks shortly, but on Snake Prairie, it's so tough to draft right.
It really is. Very troublesome. Even at this top level, the best in the world will struggle, undoubtedly, on a map like Snake Prairie. The pros are coming in for a rival. It's bold, it's early, however. Janet, I didn't like it when Elevate picked that in the 5th and final set. I can understand it. Base, a lot of information.
Go down, and the rest of them not in a good position either. Totem extend the lead to 4.
Double takedowns for Reply Totem. The unfriendly bushes there will not slow nearly enough to close the gap. And Maru going in, being sneaky, finding Milgrew, and a lovely gadget there with the clay pigeons to follow on, but just coming short as Shu finds Maori, bringing the total back a little bit more into rival esports' favor. Melts take to the skies, showing his teammates where Maru is lurking, but again, that Rosa from Milgrew needs to stay far away from that.
Yeah, well, Hypercharge ready to go for the Shelly. And I mean, they're down and they're placing drop the bases in the spawn and playing defensive. This is the issue with their comp. They can't go aggressive. Milkrew's going to have to be the front man here because who else at this point? Totem have so much to use here. The Hypercharge and the shell shock from Shelly. The super from Chaos, down goes Shu, and the rest of them fall as well. Melty goes down as the last man on rival. And Reply Totem, team wipe to win game 1.
Making Snake Prairie look easy. Chaos going in for style points, and we'll get a nice lead. Not that they even needed one on the side of Reply Totem. Wonderful stuff. And we said it coming in, Trav. When those gadgets were gone, rival esports were back up against the wall. Reply Totem did well to take advantage of that fact.
Real big issues for rival esports when on the defensive here. They need to be in those kind of aggressive positions with those gadgets being used and getting kills, otherwise it's going to be all downhill from here. They get the blue star again, but Chaos already flanking his right-hand side and no visibility on him just yet. These two brawlers are going to have a real tough time against him. Gadget used, but slowed down perfectly. Grom in the back left-hand corner. Chaos going to be out of reach of Milgrew, but a good trade comes in. The blue star and the lead remain with right.
Maori, but Chaos will consider regrouping now. Base down quickly. Now the watchtower will expose that right-hand side. Rival esports aware to Maori's presence. Chaos here, goes by Melty here, finds it as well. Captures the blue star, and Maori's about to run straight to Milgrew. Double super mighty, get a third, get the radical hills there from Chaos. Well, look at this, a crop bomb comes in. The blue star, the only thing
start to address. Still 6 seconds on the clock. Chaos goes in. The super from Mori. They get it done for the train. And he survives. All-star run for Rival. Equals.
Everyone was down and ready to be taken out. But no one fell. Rival Esports did phenomenal there to hold their ground. So much pressure from Reply Totem. To their credit, they got that push right. They just couldn't seal it. So we go in now. Whoever takes this game will be 1 set ahead. Shulo Milgrio low as well, but again, the survivability continues in Rival's favor. This dunk pick not able to help out as nearly as much as Reply Totem need.
Mirror image from the first game as Rival Esports start to take a more healthy lead, second by second. Chaos using that super. Milcreo's just going to wait him out, try and get some help from his teammates to be able to secure the kill after that super's gone. It is 5-0, and Totem have a lot of work to do.
Melty will drop the base and go straight to the skies. Tapping into Maru, finding out Chaos as well, and that's going to bring a great deal of awareness to Rival here. Chaos getting some heals over. Maru is in a very nice spot. He might go in here. He's found both players. He will do just that. He gets the gun. He gets the player. Bill Greer's the last one standing. He's got the HP, but Rival Esports are now behind. It's Reply Totem, ready for the hills.
Dream position for Totem. They needed the lead, and that's what they have. Unfriendly bushes come through. Who are they going to try and pick off? Chaos quite low, as well as Maru Mori in the same situation. Here comes the super. Maru affected by N2, drop down. Just Mori alive. 40 seconds between Rival and 2 sets.
4-star lead for Rival Esports and more gadgets placed down. That, however, is the last. Going to be surviving only on Melty now on his super. Maori got his drill. Going to be coming in at just the right time as well. Everyone low on Milgrio is going aggressive on Chaos. Going aggressive on Maru as well. But Maori gets some stars. They're still behind by 2. They find Melty. And that is enough to go on the retreat.
5 for Mori. 10 seconds and Rival Esports need stars. Still ticking down. Maru steps out. Chaos coming aggressive. Can he be picked up? Super in hand as well. And they add more. 16-10. And Totem go up.
The roof is falling off this arena as we speak. As Reply Totem fans take the stand. A really commendable comeback. I was very, very worried for them there. They had to get that right, and it was not an easy thing to make happen. The communication really had to be on point for a lot of these pushes to make sure that the aggression was there, but combining it also with just calculation. Again, that same old story from that first game through to the third for Rival Esports. Once the utility was down, they were down for the count. Reply Totem could have faltered.
Look at that.
Beautiful.
So low in that second game. Everything could have been different, but what a play by Mori, and what plays, I should say, by Mori in this third game. Coming away with 5 stars in the end of it. Managed to get Melty picked up there as well and get the retreat and the win for Reply Totem. In terms of stars, or kills I should say, Chaos was 7. So much for being one of the worst brawls in the game, because here, he proved his worth.
A number of times I did feel like if it had been another brawler, there could have been more to the tally, let's be honest. But that additional healing really did play a valuable role. And just keeping everyone afloat, being able to go on the aggressive in correlation to that. I mean, I know that State Prairie for some of the communities not their favorite, and I'm sure for some of the players, well, not necessarily theirs. But I found that very entertaining, I can't lie.
Love it. I love a bit of Snake Prairie. I will argue with anybody on that statement as well. Out in the open on Knockout could be our deciding game, as Reply Totem just 1 set away from victory and the semi-finals. But Rival Esports will need 2 on the trot if they want to be able to get themselves that next round ahead.
And I can vouch, you have always loved Snake Prairie. You know, it's not just words. I've known you a long time and you've always said the same thing. Right then, bans are in. The first pick of Gene for Reply Totem, the bans, the Kenji, the Brock, and the Nanny for Rival Esports.